I never feared the dark. At least, I didn't, not until what happened at Ember Hollow. When they offered me the seasonal post at Willow Creek Ranger District, I thought it was just another summer assignment. By the time I found my flashlight there at midnight, I was no longer so sure what was real. I arrived at Willow Creek Ranger Station on a breezy June afternoon, full of sweaty excitement and rookie confidence. The district sprawled along the old Skyline Highway, with timberland stretching as far as the eye could see. My job: oversee campground operations at Ember Hollow, run nightly patrols, and keep an ear to the ground for anything unusual. I'd heard the local legends, odd stories of campers who vanished near the hollow, whispers in the wind, but dismissed them as campfire exaggerations. I've been a ranger in training for 2 seasons and prided myself on my rational mind. The station itself was a weathered log cabin with peeling white paint, perched on a small hill overlooking Willow Creek. Chief Ranger Whitlock was a graying fellow with a stiff jaw and kind eyes. He handed me my assignment sheet and a set of cabin keys. "Ember Hollow," he said gravely. "Quite the reputation. Watch your back. Anything strange, you call it in." His tone drove a knot into my gut, but I plastered on a grin. "Got it, Chief." By late afternoon, I was unloading gear: 2 tents, map case, first aid kit, extra batteries, into the pickup and heading down the narrow dirt service road leading to Ember Hollow Campground. The road wound deep into the forest. The sun dappled through heavy Douglas firs and hemlock. A red-tailed hawk circled overhead. I rolled down the window, breathed in the pine-scented air, and felt at home. I arrived at the campground entrance. A carved wooden sign reading Ember Hollow Campground creaked in the breeze. No one else was around. Already, I loved the solitude. The campground layout: 12 sites arranged in a rough semicircle around a clearing that smelled faintly of damp moss and wildflowers. A ranger cabin stood at the far end, its porch sagging, windows shuttered. My first task: get the cabin ready, check fire rings, ensure potable water at the spigot, map out the nightly patrol route. I found a rusty water pump by the cabin's side. It had grown to life after a few pumps. Inside, the cabin was sparse: a small kitchenette, a crank radio on a shelf, a bunk bed, and a desk. I filled the cooler with ice, dropped in spare bottles, and jotted my observations in a weathered logbook. June 5th, 3:45 p.m. Arrived at Ember Hollow. No visitors yet. Cabin functional. Water pump leaky but operable. Recommend collecting fresh lumber for fire ring repairs tomorrow. I stowed my gear and headed back out to inspect the sites. First 2 were spotless. Fire rings lined with fresh stones, tent pads level, picnic tables intact. At Site 3, I noticed something odd: tiny twigs arranged in a rough circle around the fire ring, like matchsticks laid end to end. I knelt, touched one damp, but the bark stripped clean. Surrounding the circle, dozens of stone chips, maybe flint, flashed in the sunlight. I frowned. No inside footprint, nothing suggesting a visitor. I crossed it off mentally and moved on. By 5 p.m., everything was squared away. I opened the cabin door, turned on a lantern for emergencies, then drove back to the ranger station for supplies. canned beans, sleeping bag liner, flashlight batteries. I returned just before sunset. A single family had rolled into the campground. Two parents, a teen boy, and a younger girl, laughing as they set up their tent. I waved and introduced myself, reminding them of the quiet hours and bear safety protocols. They seemed nice enough, but their eyes lingered on the woods beyond the clearing. Ember Hollow has a reputation, right? The father asked, half laughing. Folks say they hear whisperings. I shrugged it off. Probably coyotes or wind in the trees. I'll be patrolling tonight. If you need anything, just holler. After dark, around 9:30 p.m., I grabbed my flashlight and set off on the first of 7 nightly patrols. The route looped past the creek bank, through a stand of ancient cedars, then back through a patch of dense undergrowth that locals called the Whispering Thicket. My instructions: check each campsite, ensure fires were out, confirm campers' safety, and be back by midnight. I strolled under the hoods of tall hemlock, my beam illuminating moths fluttering close. Somewhere ahead, owls hooted. I reached Site 6. Family I'd greeted, they were fine. The father sat by a charred fire ring, cracking open a beer, the teens asleep in the tent. They waved me on. No sign of trouble. Then I entered the Whispering Thicket. It was an area where the trees crowded so closely that the wind rarely reached the ground. At night, it felt as though the branches themselves whispered. My flashlight caught shapes in the shadows, gnarled roots, hanging moss, but no movement. I heard a faint rustle to my left, like fabric brushing bark, but when I swung the beam, nothing was there. My pulse ticked faster. A cold breeze stirred the undergrowth, and I heard, clear as daylight, a sighing exhale that sounded like a person's breath. I froze. The beam swung slowly, landing on a figure a dozen paces ahead, standing perfectly still, back to me, wearing a dark hoodie. My heart seized. Hey, I called voice loud. The figure didn't budge. I snapped another beam. No face, head bowed. We're closed for the night. I took 2 steps forward. The figure didn't move. I whistled. Nothing. My pulse pounded in my ears. Then, without warning, the figure vanished, like I'd pointed at empty air. I spun in a circle, looking for Russell. Just cedar bark and the soft tumble of leaves. My breath caught. I forced a chuckle. Okay, rookie moment. I pounded at my chest and turned my flashlight upward. The treetops rattled. Perhaps a raccoon? I advanced through the thicket, each step crunching on dead needles. My radio, it had been dead all day, blinked to life with static. A voice, Weaver, come in. It was Chief Whitlock. Weaver, do you copy? Over. Relief washed through me. Read you, Chief. Just frog in my throat. Over. Get back to the cabin by midnight. Today shift's over soon. Watch your steps. Over. I exhaled, flipped off the radio, and hustled toward the cabin, every snap of twig amplifying in the darkness. When I reached the clearing, exactly at 11:59 p.m., all was still. I flicked off my flashlight, climbed the porch steps, and locked the door behind me. Inside, I double-checked the flares, logged in. June 5th, 11:59 p.m., patrolled Site 6 and the Whispering Thicket. Suspicious figures spotted, disappeared. No campers harmed. Recommend increased daylight patrol. Over. I climbed into the cot on the second bunk, heart still hammering. Just as I drifted off, I heard it, a slow exhale, like someone exhaling only inches from my ear. I snapped awake, but the cabin was empty, silent as the grave. I barely slept. Throughout the night, I dreamed of the figure in the hoodie, standing silent among the trees. Each time I half awoke, the same cold exhale echoed in the cabin's corners. By 4 a.m., I gave up and lit the lantern. I checked my watch, still 2 hours until patrol. I padded outside in stocking feet, the dawn sky a turgid gray. The fireflies blinked out. I stare at the whispering thicket's edge, my flashlight off. No shape now, only cedars looming like silent sentinels. At 5:30 a.m., I roused myself, ate instant oatmeal, and prepped for another full day. Repairing fire rings, clearing down branches, restocking the woodpile. I headed back to the campground loop. At Site 3, where I'd seen the twig circlets, I paused. Now the twigs formed a second ring around the first, doubling the diameter to maybe 6 feet. And within, more stone flakes. It looked freshly arranged. My stomach rolled. I logged it. June 6th, 5:45 a.m., new twig/stone circle at Site 3. No other traces. Possible pranking. Maintain watch. Over. I worked methodically, sawing off rotted logs, hammering new stones into each fire ring. The morning light was pleasant, and birds flitted through the trees. I relaxed a bit, thinking perhaps I'd overreacted last night. Around 10 a.m., I hiked to the creek bank to collect water samples. The creek babbled pleasantly. As I knelt to dip my jug, my reflection rippled in the water, and behind me I saw a face. Through my peripheral vision, just a ghostly gray outline among the trees. I slammed the jug down, spun with my flashlight and pistol raised. No one. Only the creek and Douglas firs swing. I exhaled so hard my breath fogged the lens. Lunch later, I told myself, just nerves. At 2 p.m., family of 4 drove in, 10-trailer, mountain bikes, 2 kids. They set up at Site 7. I introduced myself, gave safety tips. The boy asked about the whispering. I forced a grin. It's just wind, buddy. Sometimes the cedars shift. Happens in every forest. He looked skeptical, but shrugged. They were polite enough. I spent the afternoon clearing the supply shed, stacking firewood, checking tools. Around 4:30 p.m., I decided to revisit Site 3. By midday, the twigs and stones might have shifted. I approached slowly. They'd multiplied. Now 3 nested circles, almost ballooning out to 8 feet across. In the center lay what looked like an animal skull, small, maybe a fox's, its teeth intact. My stomach plummeted. I snapped photos, then carefully picked up the skull. Bones bleached white, eye sockets empty. At its base, a scrape of red, damp earth, blood? I dropped it. Cold settled in my chest. I felt watched. The cedars around me seemed to lean inward, their bark mottled. I took 2 more photos left. Back at the cabin, I scrubbed my hands with disinfectant, gloves discarded. Log, June 6th, 4:45 p.m. Site 3, 3 twigs/stone circles. Fox skull at center, traces of blood on ground. Recommend caution and removal at night. When darkness fell that night, I started patrol at 9 p.m. Again, I took the route through the whispering thicket. My flashlight beam illuminated dancing motes of dust. At Site 3, I paused. The circles were gone, twigs and stones nowhere. No skull either. The earth was smooth, as if freshly raked. I felt a wave of nausea. What could move all that so quickly? Before I could puzzle it out, I heard the rustle of footsteps ahead, closer than last night. I shone my light, saw the figure from before, this time facing me, a man in a hoodie, silhouette black in my beam. His eyes glowed gray in the moonlight. Gasped. He raised a hand, beckoning, finger curled. My pulse raced. I flipped open the radio. Weaver to Chief, unidentified individual at Site 3. Approaching. Over. Static. I cursed. I switched channels. Silence. Who are you? I shouted. The figure didn't answer. He stepped forward. Moonlight revealed more ragged clothes, gaunt cheekbones, lips thin, flesh ashen. He took another step into my light. A faint tremor. His jaw was split in half, mouth fixed in a terrible grin. I stared, frozen. Then he opened his mouth, wider than humanly possible, and exhaled a gust of wind that rattled my bones before dissolving into a hiss. My skin prickled as the woodline rattled, branches cracking overhead. I lifted my pistol and fired. The bullet tore through space where his shoulder should be. Impact made a sharp clank as if it struck metal. He didn't even flinch. Instead, he stepped directly toward me, each step soft but deliberate. I fired again, another clank. My flashlight sputtered. The beam around him flickered, revealing only the darkness behind his eyes. I ran. Through the thicket, branches slapped my face. The hollow voices returned, sighs of children's laughter and urgent whispers. Help me, help me. They all echoed from deeper woods. My legs screamed from exertion. I burst into the clearing near the cabin. The light from the cabin window glowed like a beacon. I lunged for the door, fumbling with a key. My flashlight died. I flung the door open, slammed it behind me, locked it. I collapsed against the door, trembling. In my mind, I saw him at the clearing's edge, standing tall as the cedar line. He raised that gouged grin, then vanished into the night shadows. I switched on the interior lantern. My hand shook as I wrote in the log. June 6th, 10:05 p.m. Encountered unidentified entity at Site 3. Severe facial disfigurement. Unnatural durability. Fired pistol. No effect. Entity approached my position. Retreated only when I exited the cabin. Voices heard. Whispers urgent. Recommend backup and immediate evacuation after dark. Over. My heart thundered. I called Whitlock on the radio. Chief, need extraction now. It's not human. I repeat, not human. Over. Static. Followed by his clipped voice. We'll send something first thing. You hang tight. Over. My night ended in fitful terror. I heard scratching at windows, branches tapping as though someone outside traced patterns on the glass. I slept with my pistol in hand. Light won't come on until dawn finally bled into the sky. I didn't sleep well, every slight noise jolting me awake. At first light, I walked the campground circle again, searching for footprints or signs of intrusion. Nothing, sights 1 to 12 all clear, except the lingering chill around sight 3. The grass there was matted, as if someone had dragged something through. I nearly gagged. The cedar line behind it, the undergrowth rustled not with wind, but with something living. I stayed busy, replaced missing fire ring stones at Site 3, sanitized the earth, nothing but hardened mud. I snapped photos for records, then retreated to the cabin. My radio finally clicked to life. Weaver, this is Chief Whitlock. We got your messages. Ground crew will be there at 1 p.m. Help is coming. Over. Relief washed over me. I nodded, clearing my throat. Copy that. Clearing sights until then. Over. At noon, I fixed the Rangers' lunch, canned soup heated over the stove. I reviewed the 1982 collapse record spread in a desk. 54 workers trapped by rockfall, dozens perished. Locals said survivors heard tapping from the walls and that at night. Pickaxes rang like ghostly hammers. My blood ran cold. The disfigured man I saw. Could he be one of those miners? Exactly at 12:58 p.m., I heard distant engines and ATVs roar. I rushed outside. 4 Rangers arrived, 2 seasoned veterans, 1 canine handler, dog strapped in back, and a rookie like me. They unloaded gear. I fell into step with Ranger Jacobs, an imposing woman with keen eyes. I briefed them. Entity sighted last night. Firearm useless. Patrolling ground crew unwilling to enter after sunset. Advised campsite evacuation after midnight restrictions. Jacobs nodded. We'll station at Site 3 first. Set up motion cube sensors, thermal cams. Dog's name is Havoc. He's been through lowland marsh patrols. Havoc snarled at the cabin door, itching to run. They set gear near Site 3. I lingered at 11, handing them fresh batteries. Jacobs patted my shoulder. Hang in there, Weaver. They strode off, dog leading. I returned to cabin to rest. Around 2 p.m., I heard Havoc's hound whistle, high-pitched squeal, echoing from hollow. Then Havoc's bark, a long, sustained howl. Jacobs raced into the clearing, gun drawn. I followed, heart in my throat. They reached Site 3. Only the bait carcass placed as sensor testing now shredded or scattered. No Rangers. No dog. Just the splayed remains of a small animal, deeply chewed. Jacobs cursed beneath her breath. Havoc's gone in. The heat signatures vanish on tube cams. I felt bile rise. That thing took him. Jacobs stiffened. We have ground team en route. You safe at cabin until they arrive. Understand. I nodded numbly. By 5 p.m., I was back at the cabin, fixing dinner. I tried to eat rice boiled and vegetables sautéed, but couldn't swallow. I sat at the desk, reviewing camp maps, counting down minutes until evening patrol. At 7:15 p.m., 2 more ATV arrivals, 4 more rangers, K9 handlers, and thermal CCTV crew. They set a perimeter, strobe flares around cabin, thermal cameras scanning the clearing, and a line of motion sensors. At 8:30 p.m., Jacobs gave me a debrief. We'll hole up at Site 3 most of the night. We want to lure it into a trap. We'll radiate Confederate green flares, try sound test. If it shows, we pin it in place with our ARs. If not, that's fine. Get all campers out by dawn, locked down. I drove their plans into memory. My role, remain at cabin, monitoring cameras, passing out flares. Guilt spiked. My presence put them at risk. I rechecked my gear, flashlight, extra batteries, pistol with loaded magazine, backup revolver with hollow point rounds. I tried to steel myself. As darkness fell, lightning flickered on the horizon, storm brewing. The air clouded. At 9:01 p.m., the K9 team radioed Havoc's thermal signature spotted 150 yards northeast. Can't reach him. Tunnel of Cedars blocks AOR. He's at the edge of thermal cam zone. Over. My pulse thundered. They set off into the thicket. At 9:15 p.m., the storm broke. Rain pelted the cabin roof. I grabbed my slicker and ran outside, setting up thermal camera feed on a laptop. The screen showed a grainy view of Site 3. Cold earth, some warm blobs, campfires extinguished. I spotted a warm patch moving, shadow figures slinking along the tree line. The lights in the cabin flickered. Motion sensors triggered. Sensor 3 triggered. I radioed Jacobs. Sensor 3 tripped. Movement toward cabin. She replied, stay put. Await our signal. I swallowed. The wind roared. My headlamp clattered as I set a green flare in the ring outside the door. The advice was to flare to attract it. My hand trembled. Suddenly, the cabin door shuddered. Something hammered on it, barely audible through the storm, but insistent. I raised my pistol. I clicked on Alara's floodlight, installed earlier. A washed-out beam revealed a hand, gaunt, gray, ragged fingernails, scraping the wood panel. My pulse lodged in my throat. I fired a warning shot into the door. The figure recoiled. Something moved at the window, something grinning with no lips, jaws split, eyes glowing white in the dark. I yanked the window shutter closed and bolted it. My heart raced. Rain drummed the roof. Then silence, no hammering, no wind, no thunder. Only the hum of the camera feed. I radioed Jacobs. They're here at cabin. Silence. Then, we can't get to you. We're pinned at Site 3. Just hold in. Over. Panic flared. I wasn't prepared to hold out. I scanned feed, more warm patches. Others moving around the clearing. A dozen figures closing in. I clutched my pistol. Flare in hand, I whispered, "Here goes nothing." I lit the green flare. Light spilled in sickly emerald haze around a cabin. The rain slowed. I felt the air shift like inhaling coarse steel. Through the swirling mist, I saw them, dogged men shaped like trees, but with faces of ashen flesh, eyes dead, miners, campers long gone. Each bore a twisted grin, carrying pickaxes, shotguns, claws. They converged on the cabin, stepping in unison. I took a deep breath, raised my pistol, stayed back. I fired. 2 shots, a roar as if the bullet hit something iron inside their skull. They ignored it, stepping closer, each foot crunching on wet pine needles. My knees buckled. I tumbled back, dragged my revolver. No time loading. They forced the shutter with fists. One shaped figure smashed the window pane. Glass exploded inward. Rain spattered the floor. I stared at the muzzle-shaped jaws inches from my face, iron teeth glinting. I squeezed the trigger. Muzzle blast shook the cabin. The figure's skull fractured, eyes popping. Body slump aside. I stumbled upright, only 2 steps into the cabin. More shapes emerged, their footsteps shaking the floor. I pivoted, backed into the corner. My pistol clicked empty. I fumbled for a revolver. They lunged. In that instant, lightning split the sky. A brilliant flash revealed the rest. Bodies charred by fire, singed hair, unnatural limbs. They howled, an inhuman choir of agony. I squeezed off rounds from my revolver, each shot producing sparks off iron plating. They didn't care. One reached me, clawed arm outstretched. I slammed into the corner, huddled over my weapons. The hounds advanced. A roar of thunder burst through the cabin. The floorboards groaned, support beams cracked. I screamed. The ceiling collapsed, splintering rafters, blinding white light. Then silence. I woke on broken floorboards. Sunlight sifted through shattered windows. My vision swirled. Beads of sweat and rain dripped down my face. I tasted copper blood. I reached for my revolver. It was gone. My pistol still lay in my hand. I sat, rubbing my head. The cabin roof was a ruin. Snapped beams, collapsed boards, a gaping hole. I scanned the clearing. No sign of scarred figures. No more iron-jawed horrors. The storm had passed. Autumn leaves drifted on the grass. I staggered out into the daylight. The forest was silent, eerily so. I saw Jacobs's ATV overturned by a stump. No sign of rangers, no dog, no equipment. My heart sank. I climbed into the wreck, rummaged for the radio, broken. Rippled bloodstains on seat. I scoured the area. Site 3's flares lay spent. Motion sensors shattered. Through the woods, the trail led to a narrow gully. I forced myself forward, tracking footprints in silt and mud. The hound's prints intermingled with human prints. Blood trailed the path. I followed to the creek bank, where I found Havoc's collar skewered on a cypress knee. No sign of Havoc. I sank to my knees, fist gripping mud. My vision blurred with tears. I felt so alone, betrayed by my own courage. Then I heard a distant cry, a human scream, ragged, last inhuman gasp. I stumbled toward the sound. The gully opened into a small glade. There, shocked beneath the cedars, Jacobs lay face down, body broken, face contorted in final agony. Her rifle lay nearby, empty. My throat tightened. I forced one step closer. She was dead, eyes wide ashen but pale. I knelt, pressed my hand on her chest. No breath. Beyond her, in a low sunlight, across a bed of ferns, I saw the burned remains of campfire rings, ashes black as coal. No bodies. Only human-shaped patterns in the ash, like silhouettes scorched onto earth. My gut wrenched. I staggered back, retching into the creek. Each breath felt like shards of glass. In the reflection, I saw something on my shoulder, a smear of crimson like paint. My own blood. I lunged for my pistol. Jammed chambers, empty. I scanned the tree lean, no movement. I called out, Mallory. Anyone. Over. Only silence. My voice trembled. I sank to my knees, shoulders heaving. All the courage drained out of me. I knew I had to keep going. For Jacobs, Havoc, and the others. I slogged through the undergrowth, heading back toward the ranger station 4 miles away. Each step a struggle, my ankle twisted, bloodied. The forest seemed to close behind me, branches grabbing at my shoulders, as if the very pines wanted to hold me back. But I forced my legs forward. After nearly 2 hours, I emerged at the Willow Creek Ranger Station, staggering through the gate. I collapsed on the porch. The station looked normal, logs polished by sun, no sign of the horror behind me. An emergency truck roared in Chief Whitlock with 2 deputies. They found me half catatonic, soaked, clothes torn. I tried to speak. Ember Hollow. The hounds. They killed them all. I choked on words. Whitlock knelt, pressing a med kit into my hand. We found the bodies. Havoc, Jacobs, others. We sealed the camp. No one allowed near Ember Hollow until we know what happened. You're safe here. I uncurled my fingers to reveal my pistol, empty. I dropped it on the porch. Tears blurred my vision. Weeks later, Ember Hollow Campground is closed indefinitely. A crew removed the charred cabins, bulldozed the trails, and erected a chain-link fence across the service road. A sign reads, Hazard Zone, no entry. The county paid families of the lost and the surviving ranger enough to erase debts. But no amount of money can erase what I saw. I transferred to a different district, away from flames and blood. But deep down, I'm still tethered to Ember Hollow. At night, I wake to the faintest echo, clank, clank, like pickaxes tapping in the dark. I feel a cold exhale on my neck when the wind blows. Some nights, I swear I glimpse a gaunt figure in the shadows, hooded, fractured jaw, iron teeth glinting. I took up a day job filing permits in a dusty office with fake pine scent in the air. Yet I still carry my ranger boots by the door. I keep a loaded revolver in the closet, just in case. Every season's shift card reminds me of that place, Ember Hollow. At the bottom of the log page I scrawled, Never return, Still, curiosity and dread mix in my bones. Sometimes, late at night, I dream I hear children's whispers, "Help me," and follow them to a clearing lined with fire rings, where the echoes of Havoc's howls rise in the empty air. I wake sweating, praying it was only a nightmare. But I know the hounds still roam Ember Hollow's ruined carcass of trees and ash. Their thirst remains unquenched. They'll be waiting for whoever dares step foot in their darkness again. And I fear my nightmares will never let me forget that one horrific June when I walked into Ember Hollow and barely walked out alive. I never believed in curses, or at least I didn't until that winter night at Coldwater Bridge, when they offered me the seasonal post at Frost Hollow Ranger District. I thought it would be a welcome diversion from city life. After what I saw under that frozen trap, I'm no longer so sure. I arrive at Frost Hollow Ranger Station on New Year's Eve, a biting wind stinging my cheeks. My truck snagged gravel on the driveway before coming to rest outside a small log building painted pine green. Inside, Chief Ranger Mercer handed me a stack of maps, a cabin key, and a thick flashlight. "Coldwater Bridge Patrol is yours," he said, eyes sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses. 11 miles northeast along Frost Creek. No one's checked it since early December when the old ranger vanished. Make sure you don't stray off the road. The ice can give way. He tapped my shoulder. Keep your wits about you. I nodded and grabbed my pack, chainsaw, cold weather gear, first aid kit, extra lanterns, 3 days' rations. Outside, a sleet squall whipped the pines, and the station's boiler roared. I felt a thrill. Winter patrolling sounded exhilarating. By 4 p.m., I was on the road, narrow 2-lane Route 17 curving through snowy stands of spruce. Mile markers slid past. 20, 21, 22. At mile 23, a sign, Coldwater Bridge, maintenance by Ranger. The bridge itself was a simple steel truss spanning a frozen creek, 80 feet across. Wooden planks were buried under a foot of ice and snow. I slid out of the truck, the wind biting under my parka. The creek beneath was frozen solid, but cracks spiderwebbed the surface. Ivy and dead reeds poked through. At the bridge entrance, a marker, "Watch for ice slip. Keep TO sender." I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the bridge, boots punching into slushy ice. The railings were slick with frost. I shoved my hands in pockets and surveyed the ice, looking for cracks, thin spots. My first task, inspect the bridge supports, iron girders iced over with rime, rivets glinting. I jotted notes in my field log. January 1st, 5:12 p.m., Coldwater Bridge inspection. Ice thickness approximate 8 to 10 inches. Girders structurally sound. Minor rust on bolts. Recommend sanding planks at approach. I crossed to the far side and retraced steps. At 5:30 p.m., the sun bled behind the crags at 2:45 p.m. It was already dusk. Crepuscular light glowed orange through the branches. I finished note-taking and turned to head back, but a faint sound caught my ear, scraping, like metal on metal, resonant, echoing under ice. I froze on the bridge. Scrape, scrape. My heart thudded. The sound came from the frozen creek below, closer to the far bank. I trained my flashlight toward a gap in the ice, a dark hole where water still gurgled. I leaned over the railing. Beneath the ice, I saw movement, a pale hand, knuckles white, sliding against the under-ice surface. I swallowed, stepped back. The hand withdrew. Ice cracked under the pressure. The spot widened to show what looked like the side of a face, frozen eyes, cheeks frostbitten. Then, as I gasped, it slipped away. The water gurgled out, and the surface sealed in a fraction of a second. My breath fogged in my viewfinder. I stumbled backward and slammed against the railing. Distantly, I heard a faint groan, like a dying animal, then silence. My breathing pounded as I made my way to the truck, legs shaking. The sky had gone from purple to pitch black. Stars flickered through clouds. I jumped into the cab, locked the door. Outside, the wind howled through the pines. My radio crackled. Weaver? Ranger Weaver? Over. It was Chief Mercer. Weaver status? Over. I forced a steady voice. No damage to bridge, Chief. All done. I'll be back in 10. Over. I tried to shake off the dread. By 6:15 p.m., I was back at the station, peeling off parka-layers. Mercer handed me a mug of black coffee. "How's it look?" he asked. "Solid as a rock?" I lied, voice hoarse. He frowned and eyed the door beyond which darkness waited. "Remain on patrol until midnight. Count the nights since the other ranger went missing. You reach Collection 6, past Coldwater. You'll find the remains next to a spruce stump." I'd check at first light. I nodded, but sleep evaded me. The memory of that face beneath the ice edged at my mind. I stare at the ceiling as coffee cooled on the bedside table. At precisely 11:59 p.m., I heard it, a slow tread on the stairs. I bolted upright, no door to creak. A shadow slid across the room, thin, loping. I flung off covers, turned on my flashlight. Nothing. Then a low groan near the foot of the bed. I lunged for my revolver. The beam landed on the floor. Something scuttled away, fast, scraping on wood. I followed the dim trace out into the hallway, each step careful, pistol raised. At the doorway, I peered down the dark hall. No movement. No sound, only my own heartbeat. Yet I felt watched. I bolted the door and dove beneath sheets, pistol across my chest. The drawers rattled behind me again, like something scoring the wood. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited. I slept fitfully until dawn, waking at 5 a.m. to the shriek of my alarm and a pounding headache. I checked my field notes. Bridge intact, footprints on ice, mine alone. I recorded my overnight experience as animal disturbance. Over. At 6:30 a.m., I loaded a thermos and gear into the truck, intending to reach Collection 6, as Mercer said, 6 miles beyond the bridge, where the missing ranger's body was rumored to lie next to a particularly gnarly spruce. The service road wound deeper into frost-laden forest. The temperature hovered at 17 degrees Fahrenheit, icy breath crystallizing my eyelashes. My tires crunched on snow until I reached mile marker C6. I parked near a cluster of pines, numbered signs nailed to trunks. C1, C2, C3, finally C6. Next to a squat spruce with jagged roots was a blood-stained corpse, rolled into a crouch, half-clad in a ranger's jacket, frozen so solid that his boots pointed skyward. The face was splintered by frostbite. His eyes were open, milky. I knelt to confirm identity. Chief's uniform patch on the sleeve read J. Holbrook. Heart sank. He looked like he'd come up the trail, destined to freeze. My radio crackled. Weaver report. Over. Force comm. J. Holbrook confirmed. Cause exposure. Legs snapped. Femur shattered. No signs of struggle. Returning at first opportunity. Over. I bagged a fingerprint sample from his jacket and snapped photos. A pair of gloves lay strewn to the side, fabric shredded. Next to them, tiny twigs arranged in a spiral pattern, similar to what I'd seen at Ember Hollow. I felt that chill again. I stared at the swirling twigs. Could someone be leading rangers here? I wiped my hands on my parka, climbed back into the truck. At 8 a.m., I returned to the station. Mercer studied my notes. He frowned at the twigs. I've heard about those, he said quietly. Don't get near them after dusk. They mark the gathering places. Gathering places? I asked. He shook his head. You'll find out. He moved off, leaving me alone. That afternoon, I needed to clear driftwood that blocked the trail under the bridge. I slid on chains under my boots and headed to Coldwater. Under the steel truss, the ice was 6 inches thick. I chopped away at an overhang of frozen branches, slicing through frost-kissed limbs. Suddenly, I heard a crack, ice splitting like glass. A circular chunk gave way, revealing dark water below. Within the swirl, I saw something move, a pale, booted foot snapping at ice. I slammed my axe into the crack. Ice fractured. Water frothed. I stepped back. The ice reformed as quickly as it shattered. But in the hole remained what looked like a mangled hand, the Ranger Holbrook's glove still fastened around his wrist, the skin stripped off. I reeled. My breath boiled. I snapped photos, then backed away. I climbed onto the bridge, set the axe aside. My radio hissed with static. No one. I returned to the station. Mercer asked, "How is he?" I swallowed. "The remains are incomplete. We found a foot under the ice." He drew a breath. "Gather the crew. We leave at 5 p.m. We'll burn a crossfire under the bridge to melt the ice and retrieve any remains before sunset." He narrowed his eyes. "Stay close. Do not wander off." That evening at 5 p.m., we 4 rangers trudged through the snow, shovels, axes, propane torches, back to the bridge. Icicles dripped along the rafter beams. We set 2 torches on opposite sides of the deck to focus heat on the ice below. As the flames roared, steam billowed beneath. A low rumble, ice cracking. We heard something gurgle. I shone my flashlight into the hole. Holbrook's torso surfaced, split the waist, flesh stripped by frost's cruel artistry. His mouth hung open, tongue frozen. His eyes still stared blankly. I turned away, stomach heaving. The chief handed me a pair of biopsy gloves. We wrapped the remains in tarps. My flashlight landed on the swirling steam above the water. A pale shape surfaced. An arm, fingers splayed, eyes floating under ice. But as quickly as I blinked, it sank. I yanked my headlights skyward. No one. The creek's bank barked in the wind. Everything felt hollow. As we trudged back in darkness, I heard footfalls behind. I turned. No one. Twig snapped. I spun. Shadow darted between trees, taller than me, hooded. My heart seized. I called out, "Hey, Ranger Weaver." Only wind. At the station, Mercer met us. He examined the remains grimly. "We'll bring in a crew tomorrow to finish this. For now, you all take rounds down the cold fence and rest." I went to my cot, paced the room. I felt the icy presence of that hooded figure in the woods. I tossed until midnight. Then I heard the crunch of footsteps on the front porch. I shone my flashlight. No one. I stepped to the door. The porch lights revealed a swirl of footprints in the snow. Bare footprints, no boots leading away. My breath froze. I grabbed my pistol and stepped out. No one. The footprints ended at the edge of the woods, vanishing under snow. I slammed the door, locked it, and slept with my pistol under my pillow. I convinced Mercer I needed backup to finish patrolling the Coldwater Bridge area. 2 deputies arrived early next day, plus a forensics unit. We spent the morning retrieving remains. When we finished at 1 p.m., Mercer said, "Weaver, I want you to head to Frost Hollow Overlook, about 2 miles west. Hikers reported lights under the old observation deck. It's unlit." I stared. Ghost hunters earlier said nothing. "Overlook isn't on service road. I'll have to bushwhack." He nodded. "Be careful. Second incident this month." Go. I left at 1:30 p.m., trudging through shoulder-high snow. Pines crowded close. My breath misted. The overlook was a small clearing, old wooden platform perched on a rock outcrop. I climbed on. My flashlight caught footprints leading under the platform, clawed into snow. I moved in. Beneath the deck lay a small lantern lit with a pale blue flame that didn't flicker. The flame cast odd shadows. Next to it, a battered Ranger Holbrook hat. Gasped. Then from the platform above came a metallic scrape, like claws on wood. I tensed. A voice hissed, "Turn back." I froze. The voice neither human nor animal, like scraping steel. I called, "Who's there?" Silence. Then a thin, cold laugh. I snapped on my radio. "Weaver, disturbance at Overlook. Strange flame. Equipment belonging to Holbrook. Investigate." Over. Mercer cut in copy. "I'm sending a crew. Get out now." I stepped back. The blue flame popped and expanded, pulsating light, hot as wisp. Then it collapsed, showing nothing. I scoured the platform base. Snow melted in a circular patch. I jotted notes, turned to leave, and saw footprints leading off into the woods, again bare feet. My breath froze. I followed, flashlight on. The prints led deeper. to an old hunting trail that disappeared into denser pines. At 2:15 p.m., I decided to follow them. I trudged 200 yards. Then I saw a shape ahead, maybe 15 feet, standing still among pines. A nondescript humanoid with a bag over its head, chained to its wrists. I froze. The bag fell away, and I saw Holbrook's face. Eyes lifeless, skin frosted, still in his uniform. He reached for me. I heard a voice, "Help me," but his lips didn't move. Yet the voice echoed. My pulse slammed. I leapt sideways, fired around at his head. Skull fragmented in a spark of metal. He crumpled. Steam rose from his body. I turned to run, fell through underbrush, cut my leg on a hidden log. I scrambled to my feet, tears stinging my eyes. Holbrook's dead form vanished into a swirl of black air. I barely made it back to the overlook by 2:30 p.m. My radio crackled. "Weaver status? Over." I gained composure. Encountered a body at Overlookville, now gone. "Need evac." Whitney replied, "Get back to station." Over. I limped away, leaving Frost Hollow overlooked to its whispering pines. That afternoon, I returned to the station, bleeding and shaken. Mercer's face went ashen. Reports say Holbrook's body missing again. He shook his head. "Collect the crew. We leave at first glint, midnight. We'll seal the overlook and the bridge with C4. Enough." He paused. "You never fire your weapon unless you see it coming." "Understood." I nodded, too exhausted to speak. By sundown, a small bomb squad arrived. We set charges at hollow points under Coldwater Bridge and Frost Hollow Overlook platform. I helped thread deck cords. I was numb. At 11:55 p.m., we all retreated to safe distance. I looked back at the frozen bridge. In the moonlight, something shimmered on the ice. Holbrook's face reflected in a melt pool. I shivered. At midnight, explosives rocked the hush. A muffled detonation, then silence. Orange heat flared beneath the ice. The platform collapsed in an upward blast. The air filled with flying shards of splintered wood and metal. We watched from a ridge, ash drifting. By dawn, the platform lay in ruins, the bridge a pile of twisted girders. Underneath, water gushed where ice once was. No human remains surfaced. I felt a hollowness inside. Weeks later, Frost Hollow Ranger District was abuzz. The bridge and overlook destroyed, no more missing rangers. Media dubbed it the Ghost of Coldwater Bridge. I tried to resume normal duties, day patrol, cabin inspection, but I felt like a ghost myself. I still heard Holbrook's raspy plea, "Help me," in quiet moments. My last assignment before rotation ended, clear a hiking trail leading from Frost Creek toward Echo Pass. I started on June 15th, compiling my gear. Chainsaw, radio, new, tested, GPS medical kit. I felt uneasy. Summer's warmth blanketed the valley, but the pines still held frost in their shade. By 10 a.m., I reached the trail's start, a worn Sign Echo Pass trail, 4 miles. I shouldered my pack, tuned radio to base Weaver on Echo Pass Trail. Clearing fallen trees. Over. No response. I blinked. Static. I shrugged and set off. The trail sloped upward through a grove of battered pines. Some trunks splintered as though struck by lightning. I saw an old ranger's hat nailed to a stump, a camouflage cap with a name tag reading D. Harris. I frowned. Dennis Harris, another missing ranger from '92. I stepped back, pulse quickening. Rangers had vanished here in the 1970s, 80s, always leaving hats pinned to trees. I pressed on. At noon, I reached Mile 2. Signs of a campsite tucked in by a creek. Large stones formed a fire ring, ashes long cold. I found footprints. No boots, bare footprints pressed in soft loam. My hand tightened on my pistol. I snapped photos, radioed base. Campsite with Harris's hat at mile 1.8. Bare footprints, no boots. Recommend caution. Over. Static. The air grew heavier. I heard a hum low, keening, like chanting beneath the forest breath. I dropped my tools, shone my light through treetops. A shimmer in the corner of my eye, like fabric. I spun. Nothing. I followed the footprints. They led upstream to a cluster of roots shaped like an archway. Beneath an old hollow, maybe 6 feet deep, a natural lair. I knelt and peered inside darkness. A sharp rock scrap came from the hollow, close to my face. I jumped back, pistol drawn. Nothing. The air grew frigid. I could see my breath. My heart hammered. I called aloud, "If there's someone here, show yourself." Silence. I radioed Weaver Echo Pass Lair. Something in hollow. No visual. Over. Get out now, Weaver. We'll send backup at dawn. The radio clicked off. The afternoon sun slanted down. I had to continue or retreat. I chose to retreat. Trail was winding back to the road. As I turned, I heard an anguished howl, human and animal intertwined in the hollow. I flinched, then ran. My path led me uphill. At the crest, I nearly stumbled over a body, frozen in snow, half naked, eyes open, tongue bitten off, long hair matted, paint-streaked cheeks. A knife lodged in his throat. I recognized him, Dennis Harris. I stumbled back, wretched. My knees buckled. "Help me," echoed around me. Not just a voice, 1,000 voices from every tree. I radioed, voice trembling. "Weaver down. Harris dead, stabbed. Please send help." I tried to calm myself, stumbling downhill, shadows lengthening, pounding in each footstep. By 4:30 p.m., I reached the service road. My radio crackled to life. Weaver report. Over. I exhaled, voice ragged. Trail cleared. Returning. Over. I hopped into the truck, sped back to station. That evening, Mercer sat me down. 2 bodies now, Holbrook Harris. Both found disfigured. We tried to seal the hollow, but it reopened. We can't contain this. I swallowed. I tried to leave every mark, but something's dragging them out. He nodded. Tomorrow we do an exorcism, blaze 6 tar-soaked crosses around the hollow, and burn sage. We'll call on the local elders for a ritual. After that, We seal the earth. I stare into my lap, memories crashing. The silhouette under ice, Holbrook's frozen corpse, the broken remains of Jacobs, Harris's half-buried body. I felt numb. At dawn on June 16th, I strapped on a backpack with propane tanks, sage bundles, and 4 crude crosses, a prayer for purification. At 5 a.m., I reached the Echo Pass Hollow, sky pale pink. The air was still. I dug a shallow pit, planted the first cross at the creek's edge, repeated for 3 more at each cardinal direction. I piled dry limbs, leaves, and old logs beneath. I lit the sage in a tin can. Smoke trailed upward. I circled the perimeter, chanting an old blessing Mercer wrote down. The smell of sage filled the air, sharp in my nose. I poured propane on each cross, clicked the torch. Flames erupted, bright orange, flickering blue. Smoke climbed. I held back, watching. From deep within the hollow, a low rumble rolled, like a crescendo of groans. A shape lunged upward, a skeletal figure with broken spines and clawed limbs dragged from the darkness. Its mouth split wide, steam rising. I tensed. Flames roared. The figure recoiled, writhing. I watched as it seized its head, letting a piercing scream rip through the trees, fragments of uncanny voices layered, past missing rangers, dying men. The figure toppled into the flames, bones crackling as fire consumed it. I watched, terrified, until it collapsed to ashes, then smoldered no more. I exhaled, raising eyes to the next cross. I repeated chanting, overwatched whistles in the wind. Each cross burned for nearly an hour until only charred wood remained. By 7:30 a.m., the hollow fell silent. No more echoes. Birds began to call. Light touched the pines. I gathered ashes in small bags as evidence. My hands trembled, but I felt a flicker of relief. Maybe the curse was spent. I limped back down to the service road. The fire had consumed all flesh and bones in that hollow. Only scorched earth and soot remained. I took one last look. No swirling shapes, no whispering crowds, only fresh dawn. At the station, Mercer met me. He nodded, eyes grim. Ritual succeeded. No more voices reported. I collapsed on the nearest bench. "Are you all right?" he asked. I managed a nod. That afternoon, I drove off Frost Hollow. The trail ahead was open road, sunshine warm on my face. I took a deep breath. My phone buzzed with new assignments, another district, another station. But even now, sometimes at night, I wake to a faint hum. Help me, help me. I sit upright, flashlight in hand, scanning darkness for rustling ghosts. But only the hush of the forest replies. Some nights, I dream of clawed figures rising from black waters, of faces beneath ice, of eyes gleaming from a hollow. I know I will carry those echoes forever. Some stories never end. They linger on the wind and rustling leaves, in the corner of a ranger's eye, waiting for the next soul who dares venture where the cursed dead still yearn for something only the living can give. I never believed in curses, at least I didn't, until the radio went silent at Old Pine Fire Lookout. When they sent me up there for summer fire watch, I thought it would be a welcome escape. After what I heard in those pines, I'm no longer so sure. I stepped from the rattling pickup onto the wooden platform of old Pine Fire Lookout just after dawn, the forest floor a quilt of emerald and gold. The lookout stood atop a slender pinnacle of rock, an A-frame cabin perched 20 feet above lichen-crusted pines, accessible only by a crooked metal staircase. From the platform, I could see miles of forest, rolling ridges jumbling into horizon. My assignment, seasonal fire watch, noon to midnight, scanning for highest risk areas. Last summer's wildfires had scorched thousands of acres. My promotion to full-time lookout felt like a dream come true, until I climbed those last rungs and crossed the threshold. Inside, the cabin was spare, a small wood stove in one corner, a desk facing triple-pane windows, and a cot shoved under a lofted shelf. A black rotary telephone still hung on the wall, an archaic relic. The radio gear was newer, a VHF transceiver, spare batteries, two-way emergency pager. I set down my packed food rations, extra socks, headlamp, notebooks. On the desk lay a faded journal dated 1983, pages filled with entries from lookouts long gone. I leafed through June 5th, 1983. Strange lights on East Ridge. No smoke, maybe swamp gas. Over. The next entry, June 22nd. Hikers vanished. Campfire here. Scratches on desk. The next, all is quiet, no more calls. God help me. The rest of the pages were blank, just a final drip of red smear. Under that was a list of phone numbers, dispatch, forest rangers, search and rescue. I set up, tuned the radio, tested the antenna. Static hissed. Pine Fire looking. Read you over. I tapped the mic. This is Pine Fire Lookout, Weaver checking in. Over. White noise, then read you Weaver. Keep watch. No fires reported. Over. I shut off the radio. Set my binoculars on a tripod. By mid-morning, the sky was hazy. Heat waves danced along distant ridges. I marked coordinates on a topo map. No signs of smoke. Summertime felt heavy. I ate a simple lunch. Canned soup warmed over the stove, a hard-boiled egg, crackers. I tossed water on the stove to stifle the flame as thunder rumbled along the ridgeline. Around 2 p.m., the clouds gathered. I flicked on the radio, Pine Fire to dispatch, possible thunderhead forming over West Valley. South wind at 5 miles per hour. Over. Static. Then copy Pine Fire, stay alert. Over. I nodded to myself. As the afternoon waned, clouds blackened. By 4:45 p.m., rain pelted the metal roof in a steady patter. I stayed at the desk, monitoring maps, jotting weather conditions. Around 6 p.m., a crack of lightning split the sky. I peered through the raindrops streaking the window. A sudden scrape, like a branch raked across siding, resounded outside. I froze. My flashlight flickered. The radio hissed with static. I stood, heart pumping, edged toward the door. I cracked it open, just enough to peer out. The stairs descended into gloom. Lightning flickered. Pine branches whipped in the storm. I couldn't see anyone. I called into the wind. Hello? "Who's there?" Only the howl of wind answered. Shaken, I closed the door, locked it, and sank onto the cot. Rain drummed on the roof. In the dim light, I scribbled in the log. June 12th, 12:05 a.m. Heard noise on stairs. No one visible. Radio static throughout evening. No smoke. Over. Sleep evaded me. At 2:30 a.m., I heard the first whisper, soft, a woman's voice. "Help me." It came from just beyond the window. I jerked upright. My blood ran cold. I grabbed my flashlight and shoved it through the window crack. I saw nothing but roiling trees. Rain had stopped. The whisper came again, closer. "Help me." My stomach churned. I slammed the window shut, drew the blinds, and locked them. Under the blanket, I trembled until sunrise. Dawn broke in smoky lavender, light filtering through high haze. I descended the stairs for a breakfast of granola and stale coffee. The air still smelled of ozone. I stepped off the platform onto the rock slab, wet, dangerously slick. I scanned the forest floor. No footprints, no shreds of anything unusual. I exhaled vain hope. Fire risk remained low. Little to do until afternoon scanning. At 11:15 a.m., I radioed dispatch, clear skies, no smoke. All quiet. Over. Static carried on. I set my supplies, cleaned the desk area, then noticed something written faintly on the underside of the windowsill, a 5-letter word in what looked like dried mud. "Leave." My heart froze. I rubbed at it. Mud flaked away, leaving only streaks. How long had it been there? I craned my neck, peered outside. No sign of mud or anyone who could scrawl it. My pulse thudded. I photographed it, wiped the sill clean, but my hand shook so uncontrollably the camera blinked. I tried to brush off the unease. At 1 p.m., the skies looked stable. I turned to the west flank of the ridge to scan for smoke. I donned my binoculars and collapsed on a small pad by the window, focusing on ridges and flanks. At 1:32 p.m., I noticed a small glimmer like sunlight reflecting off metal against a rise 2 miles south. I adjusted dial. Hunter's rifle? I zoomed. It was a campfire, smoke too thin to see from below. I took coordinates and broadcast. Pine fire smoke columns spotted at approximate bearing 210 degrees, distance 2 miles. Crew advised. Over. Static. I grabbed the shotgun from its rack. I strapped on my boots, slung binoculars, and headed for the platform stairs. My plan: approach the smoke source on foot, investigate any illegal campfire. Rain had dampened trails, but I thought I could manage. I closed and locked the cabin door behind me, descended cautiously. The forest was muted, only faint bird calls. I aimed my flashlight at the step's bottom, gently tapped each tread. No movement. I strode down the ridge trail, roots and rocks slick from the storm. Every scrunch of leaves underfoot felt deafening. By 2:10 p.m., I reached a crossroads. North led to a rocky outcrop with a clear view of the valley. South sloped into a stand of cottonwood where I saw faint smoke wisps curling in the noonday light. I followed south. At 2:25 p.m., I came upon a small clearing on a gentle slope. A single campfire pit sat cold, no smoke, no embers. But beside it lay a hunting rifle, stock brass inlaid, the muzzle pointed skyward. Beside that, a pair of muddy boots and a crumpled flannel shirt. I approached. The shirt was stained a deep rust that dried in a star pattern around the collar. I peered inside and saw a lacy handkerchief embroidered with initials which my mind raced. I'd read of a missing hunter, Margaret Hughes, never found last October. Could it be hers? My pulse thundered. I took photos, pocketed the handkerchief, then scanned the tree line. No one. As I stepped around, I nearly tripped on a fallen branch. Looking down, I saw footprints, bare feet, leading from the ashes up into the cottonwoods. My throat burned. I felt cold. I traced them. They ended at a hollow about 10 feet away, like an animal den. I crept closer. Inside, stitched with dried grasses, a doll, its head half melted, foam stuffing spilling. Gagged. I flipped it over, stitched on its dress, matching the handkerchief. I snapped at the doll. It clattered across stones. Suddenly, I heard a soft sob just beyond the hollow entrance. I aimed my flashlight. The beam landed on a shape lean, hunched, wearing the flannel shirt and boots I saw earlier. The shape lifted its head. Under the brim of a battered hat, I made out pale, lifeless eyes. The lips thinned into a crooked smile. Gasped. I fumbled for the shotgun. My pulse wrenched. Get away! I shouted. The shape crept forward, unnaturally smooth movements, limbs joint cracked. I stumbled back. My shotgun misfired twice, hot shell ejected. I raised the palm-sized flashlight, butt braced. The shape kept coming. I turned to flee, but my foot caught a root. I fell backward. The figure closed, hands outstretched. I kicked it. It yelped, like metal scraping bone. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline flared. I raced back along the trail, no one chasing. The forest was still, too still. I exhaled, hair matted with sweat. With quivering hands, I rifled through my pack, found a flare gun. I fired into the sky. Red light spurted upward. I heard distant murmurs, not human, but echoing in the pines like 1,000 voices humming. I shivered. I stumbled back to the lookout, climbed the stairs without slowing. I slammed into the cabin and locked the door. The whole time, I felt that figure's dead eyes burning in my back. I wiped the pistol on my jeans and jammed it into my desk. I tried to radio the station, Pine Fire to dispatch, urgent. Investigated smoke site, found all remains, saw something. Over. No response. Just static. I sank to the floor, shaking. I wrote in the log, June 13th, 2:30 p.m. Investigated smoke, discovered campfire with missing hunter's belongings. Encountered an entity wearing distinctive clothing. No flesh, eyes dead. Weapon misfired. Survived via recoil. Over. I exhaled so hard my ribcage ached. The cabin's lantern flickered as clouds passed the windows. I tried to settle, but my mind raced until midnight. I couldn't sleep. At precisely 12:24 a.m., my radio clicked on by itself. Static hissed. Then a voice, "Weaver, so glad." Over. It was a croak, distorted, breathy. I flipped the radio switch dead. I sat upright, heart hammering. I flicked on the lantern. No one in sight, just the cabin cocoon in shadow. A dull rhythmic knock on the door, once, twice, like a stranger's hand rapping on wood. I swallowed, reached for the flashlight, jaws clenched. I cracked the door. Beam swept the dirt outside. No footprints, no sign of a visitor. I called, "Who's there?" No answer. Silence settled. I bolted the door, backed away. The radio crackled again. "I see you." "Weaver." I bolted upright, clammy palm on the desk. I flipped the radio off and yanked its batteries. Silence. The next morning, I felt hollow. Mercer radioed. "Status." I forced calm. Storm came through. All good. No sign of distress. Over. He said, "Good. We're sending a relief rhyme crew down to help." Over. I used the downtime to inspect the logs of previous lookouts pinned to the cabin's bulletin board. One entry from 1969, June 14th, "Hikers gone. Footprints lead to platform." No returns. Listened all night to whispers in pines. Another, June 21st, decided I cannot remain. Pack my things. The next, June 28th, they've taken me. The pines weep. Beneath that, blank space. My hands trembled, scanning. I felt like I'd unknowingly joined a series of lost souls. I busied myself by clearing brush around the station, chainsaw whirring, cold air biting my hands through my gloves. Sweat stung my eyes. I piled branches and tossed them onto a burn pile I had yet to light. By 5 p.m., the sky hazed red with approaching sunset. I climbed back into the cabin with aching muscles, intending to rest. At 6:20 p.m., I heard a distant scream, piercing, desperate. It emanated from a canyon far below. I rushed to the window and grabbed binoculars. I spied nothing, no flicker of movement. The echo rolled again, elongating across ridges. I felt a pang of dread. I checked the weather. No storms in forecast. I prepped the flare gun, loaded it in the holster. I fiddled with my journal, near empty. I wrote, June 13th, 6:20 p.m. Heard a scream from Lower Canyon. No visual response. Over. At 8 p.m., the dusk deepened. I decided to investigate the scream. I grabbed my parka, radio, flare gun, and climbed the stairs. Once outside, I set the flashlight's beam along the ridge wings of tall pines. I descended a rocky path toward where the scream had come from, an old guard road, barely passable. The path sloped steeply into shadows. Each step hammered ice-crusted roots. The wind through pines sounded like voices, sighs of something older than the wood. At 8:47 p.m., I reached a clearing, a crash site of twisted metal. A plane crashed 20 years ago. No rescue ever found. The fuselage was half buried in snow. I shone my flashlight across bent wings, remnants of seats littered with ice. No bones, no bodies. I scanned the horizon, black sky, constellation of stars. I wondered if the scream had been a trick of wind across the wreckage. I stepped closer. A flash of movement, a dark shape slithering into the wreck. I called, "Hello? Anyone?" The beam landed on a battered cockpit window, frost obscuring inside. I checked the radio, silent. I tapped the cockpit window. It shattered with a crack, shards scattering. I peered in, no one. Just freeze-encrusted seats. My flashlight caught a glint on the pilot's console, a nameplate, Captain S. Matthews. That was the pilot's name. Body never recovered. I felt my heart seize. I turned to leave. Ahead, near the fuselage's edge, I saw a figure. Someone wearing a ranger's uniform, crouched in shadow. Gasped. The wind stilled. I took 2 steps forward. The figure rose, stumbling, blood seeping from a gash in his temple, his face gaunt. He licked his lips, "Help me," his voice a whisper, pleading. He extended a hand, ice-encrusted fingers. My pulse pounded. I struggled to speak. You're Matthews, the pilot." He nodded slowly, drooping. His eyes were sunken, dead bulbs. He collapsed, thud. I rushed forward. His body stiffened, then sank through the wreckage as though into quicksand. I leaped back horrified as the plane's fuselage rattled, like 100 spectral eyes shifting inside. Then it went silent. I stumbled away, heart pounding. My flashlight flickered. The forest swallowed the scrap in darkness. I raced back to the cabin, breath ragged. The wind howled. I slammed the door shut, latched it, took deep breaths. By midnight, I still sat in the cabin, trembling. My radio crackled. "Weaver needs status." Over. I glanced at it. Pilot Matthews' ghost at crash site. Nowhere to be found. Over. No response. I retreated to the cot, knife and pistol within reach. The cabin lantern flickered, weak flame. The howl of wind through pines sounded like an outcry. I stared at the journal's blank pages, mind swirling. I flicked the lantern to low. A chill took hold. I thought I heard scratching at the window, the net of frost rattling. I shone my flashlight, nothing. Then I noticed it, a ragged handprint on the frosted glass, 5 fingers splayed, claw-like. I stared. If it was outside, cold would have smeared it, yet it was crisp. I reached to touch it. My gloved fingers came away sticky, damp, not frozen. I inhaled. My heartbeat thundered. I rubbed the glass. The print vanished, leaving only a smear. I exhaled in relief until the lantern flickered out. Darkness. I clicked on my headlamp, squeezed tight. My flashlight's beam danced over the cabin. No one visible. But I felt eyes on me, the pilot's eyes, pleading. I crossed to the radio, static. I tried to call the station again. Weaver to dispatch, urgent. Pilot Matthews appeared at crash site. Body vanished. Over. Silence. I grabbed my shotgun, coal black model issue during winter storms, and a single flare. I crawled up the icy plank stairs and into a blizzard of wind. The rig was pounding beneath my feet. I carefully descended to the crash site. Trees whipped by gusts. My headlamp beam cut through swirling snowflakes. At 1:20 a.m., I reached the wreck. Wood and metal scattered, snow piled. I knelt at the cockpit, frost melted by the heat of my breath. I called Captain Matthews. "If you're here, show yourself." A low moan echoed from the trees, hollow, drawn out. I shot a flare skyward. Red flare hissed upward, illuminating ghostly treetops. I circled the wreck. No footprints in snow aside from mine. I scanned with thermal scope, no life. Yet I felt like I was being watched from every direction. I stumbled across something. A small mirror propped on a rock, fog cracked. I knelt, peered into it. A pale face stared back, lifeless orbs below thick brows, lips ice blue. My own reflection watched from above the mirror, face smeared with dirt. I jerked back, and the mirror shattered, frost crackling, fragments skittering. I slipped on icy ground, fell against a wing. Pain lanced through my shoulder. I fired my shotgun into the air, boom swallowed by wind. I scrambled back to the cabin, leaving the wreck behind. By 3 a.m., I locked myself inside, banging on the door, alert light flashing. The pilot's voice echoed on a radio. "Weaver, join me." Over. I yanked the radio's battery dead. I slumped on a desk, soaking wet, shivering. I didn't sleep. At 5 a.m., I mapped coordinates of Matthew's disappearance. Crater form hole, an ice patch unnatural. I climbed into frozen clothes, headed back to the main road at first light. 5:45 a.m. Mercer drove in as I jogged up. "Bring the truck. We're calling in a search team off duty." No one returns to that site until further notice. He opened the door. Inside the truck, heat from running engine blew warm. Weeks passed. The crash site was declared a no-entry zone. The bridge and overlook burned or blown in two. Now only the pilot's hat and handkerchief remained as evidence, sealed in the Ranger archives. Official reports concluded Matthews froze to death after initial impact, and his ghost haunted the crash remains. I filed my final report, tried to rebuild my routine, permitting hikers, checking bear activity. But each time I heard wind through pines, my skin prickled. By mid-July, I've been reassigned to summer campfire duties back at Willow Creek. Today I stood at the ranger station deck, mug of coffee in hand, looking across the ridges. Maple trees still green, hummingbird wings shimmering. I tried to shake the cold. I flipped through my journal, scribbles about frozen horrors, fallen rangers, ghosts beneath ice, collective dread. I wrote a final note. I quit. I can't keep watch for shadows. The forest remembers them. I will not stay another night. I stuffed the journal into my pack, strapped on boots, and walked down to the parking lot. Behind me, I felt a lingering presence. No need to check. I turned once. The lookout platform on the far ridge was blacked out, its windows shuttered. No lantern glowing. No radio transmissions. Only the hush of the pines. As I reached my truck, I heard a distant whisper on the wind. "Weaver." I exhaled, forced my face into a determined gaze and climbed behind the wheel. The engine roared, and as I drove away, the memory of old Pine Fire Lookout lingered like an icicle in my chest, sharp, unrelenting, and not easily forgotten. I never believed in the marsh witch, at least I didn't, until the bells started tolling at Blackwater Marsh. When they posted me to Willow Bend Ranger District, I thought I'd just monitor water levels and protect migrating birds. After what I witnessed in those dark wetlands, I'm not so sure any spirit stays at rest. I arrive at Willow Bend Ranger Station on a foggy March morning, the valley floor lost beneath a thick, soupy mist. The district spanned farmland to the east and a vast network of wetlands to the west, Blackwater Marsh among them. Chief Ranger Norris met me with a steep rise of his narrow shoulders. He handed me a floppy hat, keys, and assignment orders. You are in charge of the Marsh Watch Post, temporary cabin on Fisher's Island, a cluster of dry ground in the north section. Monitor water gauges, check traps, and watch for illegal poaching, he said, voice gravelly. And watch out for the marsh witch. Old legends say she calls travelers into the reeds with bells. I try not to roll my eyes. Myth. He nodded solemnly. Not everyone's convinced. But locals lock their doors at night. Keep the cabin secured, Weaver. I drove my pickup out Route 52 along a paved two-lane, past shuttered general stores and long-abandoned silos, until the pavement ended and a rutted two-track led to the marsh edge. I parked and waded through waist-high reeds, the water cold and mucky. My boots and jeans soaked in seconds. By 4:15 p.m., I reached the two-story wooden cabin, faded, raised on stilts. A wobbly gangplank led to a squeaking porch. Inside, sparse comforts, bunk, propane lantern, table, 2 college chairs, potable water. A radio hung on the wall, no dial. A yellowed newspaper, clipping pinned to the wall, read, 1948 Fisher's Island Ranger found dead. No sign of path, only foot tremors and reeds. Bells reported heard in the night. I snapped photos and stowed my pack. The sun dipped to a watery orange. I set off along the dirt trail to check the water gauge at Dock 1 2 miles out. The marsh was silent. No bird calls, no insects. Each step sank into root-laden muck. Willow branches dripped water. At 5 p.m., I reached Dock 1, a narrow boardwalk leading to a gauge post and shallows. The reading, 3.2 feet. Normal. I pocketed the reading and turned. The marsh lay still like glass. As twilight fell, I heard a distant tolling, like bells faintly ringing. I froze. The sound came from the reeds at end of boardwalk, just behind me. I swung the flashlight, only gulls scattering in the reeds. The bells tolled again, 2 low peals. I whipped around, nothing. My pulse thundered. I scrawled in my notebook. March 15th, 5 p.m. Tolling bells heard near Dock 1. No source. Recommend check cameras. Over. I trudged back to the cabin, shaking off goosebumps. I slipped off boots, lit the lantern, and fixed cold stew and bread. I propped a book on marsh flora, but anxiety kept me turning pages too fast. By 10:30 p.m., Wind had kicked up. The cabin creaked. My radio, tested earlier, came alive with static. Then a breathy voice helped me. Over. My blood ran cold. I jolted upright. Who's there? No reply. Only static. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the porch. Darkness blinded me. The wind rustled the reeds. The bell tolling echoed faintly, one low ring, then silence. My heart in my throat, I bolted back inside, locked the door, sealed the windows. I scribbled log entry. Mar 15th, 10:30 p.m. Received indecipherable radio call. Distress. Bell tone at 10:28. Apparent in cabin's range. Over. I tried to sleep but heard that bell toll again at midnight. Just one slow, low clang, resonating through the cabin. I bolted upright. Nothing. I sighed, coiled in the blanket, listening to silence until dawn. At first light, around 6 a.m., I took coffee, mustering courage to face the day. I tuned the radio, only static. I ate cereal, donned chest waders, flashlight, and set off toward Dock 2, 5 miles down a boardwalk that zigzagged through ankle-deep water. My path was flanked by phragmites and long blades of grass. Each footstep felt hollow. At 8:15 a.m., I reached Dock 2, a larger platform with a cabin-like gauge house. I checked the water reading, 3.4 feet, rising after last night's rain. I logged data. As I stepped off, I spotted something odd, a small human skull perched on a reed stump, child-sized, bleached. My breath caught. I clenched my jaw. I snapped photos, moved closer. Dried scraps of cloth hung from a stump, pink and blue fabric in tiny strips. I recognized colors from a missing girl who vanished in 1972. My pulse thundered. The skull had no lower jaw. Its eye sockets stared blankly at the rising sun. I backed away and radioed Dock 2 found child skull on reed stump. Recommend retrieval and ID. Over. I jumped when a soft giggle echoed among the reeds, like a child's voice. Weaver. Weaver. It lilted, mocking. I spun no one. Reeds rustled in an unnatural shimmer. I hustled back to the cabin, 5 miles summing in thick mud. By 10:30 a.m., I was back, hands trembling. I stowed the radio tape and labeled a sample bag. I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes in the reeds. My lunch uneaten, I returned to the boardwalk to inspect further. The giggling came again, 9 steps away, behind tall phragmites. I shone my light, nothing but broken cattails. I set up a motion-sensing camera to record. Back at the cabin, I downloaded the camera's first hour, nothing. Only swaying reeds. I felt a chill. The giggle wasn't captured. Maybe the wind, maybe nothing. I forced my mind back to logs. I wrote, March 16th, 10:50 a.m., child skull discovered at Dock 2. Audio evidence of voice on site. Recommend further investigation. Over. I spent the afternoon checking traps for invasive species, beaver, muskrat. All traps empty. I saw no tracks except my own. The marsh was quiet, too quiet. At 4 p.m., Mercer called. Weaver, any update? Over. I relayed Skull and Possible audio. Over. He responded, good work. We'll send a team tomorrow. Over. I hung up. A cold dread settled. That night, I hunched at the cot with flashlight and gun. At precisely 11:57 p.m., bells tolled twice, deep, resonant clangs through the marsh. My blood froze. No storm, no wind. I dashed outside. The cabin's floodlight illuminated only my breath. At the water's edge, I saw a flicker, something moving in the shallow water, something pale about waist high, just beyond the platform. A child's silhouette, long hair plastered to cheeks, dress trailing. I called, hey! No response. The form drifted deeper, eyes glowing orange. A sudden breeze swirled leaves. I aimed my flashlight, no shape, only reeds swaying in wind I didn't feel. I stumbled back, heart racing. I saw a crumpled doll floating near the dock, pink dress dark with mud. I grabbed it, felt its weight heavy. I raced inside, locked the door. I kicked the doll under my bed, knelt, shaking. I wrote in log, March 16th, 11:57 p.m. Childlike apparition seen near dock. Doll floating in water. Over. I shut eyes to sleep. Thin shapes danced in my mind. I woke at 3 a.m. to that same giggle, mocking layered. I jolted upright, flashlight in hand. The cabin floorboards groaned. My stomach lurched. The giggling persisted, fading into a single slow note like an organ's toll. I yanked my parka, sprang outside. I crossed the shallow water, careening on slippery wood. The fog lay low, tonguing the marsh. No shape, only the doll's wrinkled dress snagged on a cedar root at water's edge. The doll's plastic face looked up at me, frozen smile cracked. I grabbed it and made for cabin. By dawn, I couldn't eat. I downed coffee and loaded gear. The team would arrive in the afternoon. I had time to scan the marsh floor. I set off for Dock 3, 8 miles from cabin, leading to deep muck. The route wound along submerged boardwalks rotting under ice. I waded deeper until the water reached mid-thigh. Each step required extreme caution. Roots grabbed my boots. I scanned bank for any sign of life. At 11:45 a.m., I arrived at Dock 3, a small platform encircled by cattails. In the center, bones, a child's ribs, arranged like a fan. I retched. The bones glistened in bright sun. No skull. No clothes, just bare bones. I snapped photos, radioed. Dock 3, child skeletal remains, no skull. Recommend coroner's team. Over. Static. Again I waited. The giggling rose, flickering around me, in the cattails, in the wind, inside my mind. I scanned. Nothing. I turned away, ice burning in my lungs from each breath. I forced myself to leave, following the boardwalk back. By 2 p.m., the coroner's team arrived, 2 forensic pathologists and local deputies. They collected the bone fragments. My role, watch for anything else. At 3:30 p.m., the gunner phoned, Ground team found more scrap of doll's dress and water near Dock 4. Under dredging, I nodded, feeling hollow. They entered the boat's shallow hull and dredged the murk. At 4:15 p.m., they retrieved something, a child's skull, half entombed in slimy reeds. Its jaw split, eyes hollow. I stifled deafening nausea. By 5 p.m., they loaded remains into a body bag, hauled it to the truck. I watched. The coroner whispered, 6 bodies now. All children, remains scattered. Same doll fragments. Age approximates 6 to 8 years. My notebook gaped blank, I wrote. March 17th, 5 p.m. 6 child remains recovered. Combined with earlier finds, pattern suggests ritual. Over. Dusk neared. I returned to cabin, exhausted, shaking. That evening, I tried to rest. At 11:45 p.m., bells tolled thrice, louder, more urgent. I bolted upright, floodlight on, no movement. A thick mist curled in the marsh. I heard footsteps outside, bony crunch of reeds. I raised my flashlight. Its beam fell on a small figure at the door. Child's form, soaked, clothes dripping, head bowed. Gasped. I opened door 2 paces away. The figure looked up, eyes 2 glowing coals. Its mouth parted. No words, only a soundless exhale. I recoiled. It slipped into mist. I chanced to step forward, footprints in shallow water, but too small, too light, barefoot track. I felt bile rise. I slammed door, locked it, and collapsed. The bells tolled once more, 6 pulses over. At dawn on March 18th, I was a wreck. Chief Norris pulled me aside. Weaver, the federal team's moving in. I want you to come down to the station and hand over your files. You're relieved. I nodded, choking on tears. I shoved gear into my pack. Journal, doll, half-empty flashlight, soaked parka. I took one last look at the cabin. From the deck, the marsh stretched, reeds billowing. No sign of life, only phantom tolls echoing in my mind. I drove the rutted road back to station, mind numb. At the station, I handed over the journal, photos, coroner's notes. I tried to explain. They came children bells. I couldn't stop it. Norris placed a hand on my arm. You did all you could. Some things don't want to be found. Let the feds handle it. I slumped in the common room. The other rangers watched me with pity. I pulled from my pack the torn doll, pink dress torn, I scratched. I set it on the table. One by one, they averted their gaze. By late afternoon, I packed my things and left. The station door closed behind me. I glanced at the marsh's edge, mist rising, reed shimmering. Across the water, I thought I saw a flicker of movement, tiny forms stepping for mist. But when I blinked, it was gone. Months later, I live in the city working a desk job, but I can't shake Blackwater Marsh. Sometimes at night, I wake to bells, 2 slow peals, then a giggle. I leap from bed, radio in hand, only to find everything silent. I swear I see pale children's faces at the window, reflected in city lights. I see bare footprints on my bedroom floor. Every year as March nears, the scent grows stronger, needles prickling my skin, a draw to the marsh. I bought a small, framed photo, the ragged doll dress on a fleece background. I keep it by my bedside. Some nights I dream I'm back under the cabin, chest deep in dark water. I call, "Help me," and a chorus of children's voices responds. I know I'll never return to Blackwater Marsh. Yet I can't forget the tolling of bells in the night. And sometimes I still hear them barely, whispering on the wind, "Help me." I never believed graves could weep, at least I didn't, until that night at Granite Vale Cemetery, when they assigned me to Summer Pine Township as park ranger. I thought overseeing picnic grounds would be uneventful. After what I witnessed among tombstones under a blood moon, I'm not so certain any soul ever truly rests. I arrived at Summer Pine Ranger Station on a sweltering July evening. The township park encompassed meadows, woods, and an ancient family cemetery, Granite Vale, perched on a rolling hill, its headstones cracked, broken, weaving among wildflowers. Chief Ranger Foley, a barrel-chested man with silver braids, handed me a shirt and cap with summer pine embroidered. He pointed, "Your posts, the picnic area by Noon Lake, the equestrian trail, and Granite Vale Cemetery. Last ranger quit after seeing it weep. Take shifts starting today at 7 p.m. Graveyard tour crowds arrive at twilight." I frowned. Quitting over a cemetery? He shrugged. Summer legends, grave cries under full moon. Haven't believed it, but enough rangers left. Just do your rounds and lock up by midnight. I pitched in. I unloaded a mountain of gear, flashlight, extra batteries, two-way radio, first aid kit, water. At 6 p.m., I drove to the cemetery. A gnarled iron gate swung on squeaky hinges. Ahead, granite tombs huddled like a crowd. A low hill crowned by an obelisk stood its center. The blood moon hovered above, deep crimson through the western haze. I flipped my flashlight switch. Its beam danced among stones. I walked through narrow pathways, calling into the night, Ranger Weaver on patrol. No issues. Only insects replied. I noticed fresh footprints by the obelisk. Barefoot, small, maybe a young child's. No kids allowed after dusk. At 6:45 p.m., the cemetery tour bus unloaded a small group, about 10. I greeted them, "Ranger Weaver, please stay on paths. Follow my guideposts." They wore khaki shirts and wide eyes. I led them to the base of the obelisk. I told the history. Founded 1892 by the Vale family. Many buried here. War veterans, settlers, children lost to iridium fever. One elderly woman in the tour group tugged my sleeve. I heard they cry at night. I forced a chuckle. Just creaks in the earth, group. Nothing to worry about. The headstones looked ancient, names worn. Lydia Vale, age 9. Thomas Vale, 94. The ground was dry. I followed them out, locking the gate. By 7:05 p.m., the bus rolled away. I closed the gate and latched it. Only the blood-red moon stared down. I stepped inside again. The tomb seemed to lean. A snapping sound, like branches, came from the tree line. I swung the flashlight. Nothing but oak shadows. I glimpsed something behind the obelisk. Small girl in a white dress, bare feet, hair loose. She stared at me, pallid skin, eyes wide. Before I could call, she darted into the fog rolling through the tombs. I exhaled, breath fogging. I thought, just a child. I checked my watch, 7:12 p.m. I began a methodical patrol, edge of the cemetery, then back. At 7:45 p.m., I reached Lydia Vale's tombstone, 9-year-old in 1932. I thought of the child I saw. I shone my light, no child. The tomb was cracked at the base. I leaned down, peered into the crack, a flash of white cloth, like a dress. I tapped the stone, echo hollow inside. I pushed my hand in, shattered mortar gave way. My hand touched a hollow cavity. I felt something soft, like cloth, and pulled it free, a small doll's dress, white and stained with something dark. I recoiled, dropping it. The ground rumbled beneath me. I whipped around, saw nothing, but heard a faint sob child's voice echoing. Mama? My pulse seized. I leapt toward the exit on the slope above. I rushed out. At the gate, I locked it and bolted to my truck. Radio crackled. Weaver here. Check in. Over. I clicked on. All clear. Just hitting a snag on patrol. Nothing major. Over. Silence. I guided the truck back to the station, heart pounding, mind racing. I spent the next day prepping picnic grounds and checking equestrian trails, but my mind never strayed far from the cemetery. By dusk, around 7 p.m., I loaded my gear again, flashlight, radio, extra batteries. I approached Granite Vale alone. The moon was full, blood-red rimmed by clouds. The gate creaked as I opened it. No tour groups tonight. I stepped onto the path. The air stank of damp earth and decay. I flicked on my flashlight. I passed Lydia's tomb. A ragged doll's dress lay at its base. I felt bile rise. I picked it up, tiny cloth soaked in dark spots, and stuffed it in my coat. I moved on. At 7:30 p.m., I reached the obelisk. The air turned cold. I shone my light across the tombstones. Shadows shifted like living things. I felt eyes on my back. I called, "Anybody there?" No answer. Behind me, a ragged sob. I snapped around. A small girl in the same white dress knelt beside a mossy gravestone. Milo Vale, age 7. She held a chipped porcelain doll, soaked in soil. She rocked back and forth. My stomach dropped. I cleared my throat. "Hello, child. Are you lost?" The girl didn't answer. She stared at me, head tilted. Sobs rose to a wail. I backed away. She rose, eyes glowing, and pointed toward the obelisk. I turned, beam alighting on the obelisk's base. "Help me, Mama," echoed from the stone itself. I rushed toward the gate. The sobs, wailing, now engulfed the cemetery like 1,000 children crying out. The ground trembled. Itched to puke. I fumbled for keys. As I slipped my hand under the latch, my flashlight's beam lit a figure atop the obelisk. A woman in a tattered white dress, hair stringy, skin mired in blood. She cradled a child in her arms. Her eyes were hollow sockets full of sorrow. She rocked beside the obelisk, wailing, "My babies, my babies." Her voice was uneven, as though drowned or gibbering. I screamed and slammed the gate shut, bolting it. Her wail cut my spine. I fumbled for radio. "Ranger Weaver to station, urgent. Corporeal female child apparition at Granite Vale. Please call for help." Static. No answer. I pounded the door, then raced to my truck, floorboards trembling under my boots. I sped away as the wailing receded behind me. At the station, I barged in. The console radio lay dark. I shook the cruiser radio. "Weaver needs help right now." Over. Crackling. "Send medics." Over. I collapsed on a chair, panting. Chief Foley arrived 10 minutes later in a jeep. He placed a hand on my shoulder. "Calm down. We've had reports. Others hear the wails. We thought you might see it. Stay here." I shivered, listening for echoes. But silence reigned, no wails. I spent the night at the station. The next morning, I returned to the cemetery with Foley, a deputy, and a priest. We opened the gate. The wails did not return. I pointed to Lydia's tomb, dress and doll gone. At the obelisk's base, clear footprints leading into the graves. Foley frowned. "No one lives here. It's just dust." The priest knelt, reciting a prayer, sprinkling holy water. A breeze fluttered through the pines. Silence. We closed the obelisk's door. Foley turned to shower with gravel. "I'm escorting you out," he said. "Your shift's over. Get off that hill." I exhaled, voice trembling. "We'll never know what happened here." He nodded. "Some places don't forgive trespassers." 2 weeks passed. I returned to Summer Pine Station, focusing on day duties, trail maintenance, and campfire safety. I slept uneasily, waking at odd hours, certain I heard children's cries in the wind outside the window. At dawn on July 25th, I received a call. "Weaver, an incident at Granite Vale." Over. I scrambled to the truck. 2 deputies waited at the station. We drove up in silence. The cemetery gate hung open. We stepped among the tombs. There, near the obelisk, fresh markings in the dirt, hand-shaped depressions pressed into the earth, and another doll's broken head, glassy eyes staring skyward. I clenched my jaw. The deputies called coroner. They'd extract remains. We placed a barrier around the scene. I snapped photos. Then I noticed movement, someone patrolling tree line. I raised my binoculars, saw a single figure in a tattered dress. I lowered them, sure it had vanished. At 1:30 p.m., the coroner's team unearthed a mummified child's body, thin, eyes hollow. The mother's remains, an adult female, were discovered under a sandstone slab. As the body lifted, a faint sob echoed, someone sobbing behind us. A world. No one. The depression in the ground trembled as if something beneath was pressing upward. We extracted the remains. The hollow beneath filled with swirling mist. I exhaled, but my eardrums registered a child's laughter, a mocking trill. I turned, no figure. Cold seized my spine. Later that night, I found the doll's head under my pillow. I felt nausea. I drove to the station, dropped it in an evidence bag. Nobody asked. I went home, palms stinging, feeling watched. That evening, around 10 p.m., I couldn't stay away. I drove back to Granite Vale under a waning crescent moon. I parked at the gate, heart thundered. I crept inside, flashlight in hand. The tombstone circles felt ravaged. I clutched my radio. At 10:40 p.m., I stood before the obelisk. No police tape, no barrier, just rain-soaked granite. I touched the slab, wet, cold as marble. My breath came fast. I stepped to Lydia's tomb, now empty. I sank to my knees, turned the ground with gloved hands. No skull fragment. The doll's head was missing. I felt desolate. From the dark tree-lean came child's wailing, anguish drawn out. All around, the cemetery seemed to come alive. The obelisk door creaked. My flashlight's beam flickered. The figure emerged, a woman in tattered white, hair matted, face frozen in grief. She held two small bodies, one boy, one girl, mere skeletons draped in cloth. She knelt, placing them on obelisk steps. She looked up. Her face was etched with agony, flesh partially eaten by death. I squeezed my eyes shut. When I opened them, she vanished. Only two fresh graves at the foot of the obelisk, tiny mounds raised, fresh soil. I moved forward. No markers, no signs who lay beneath. I lifted a shovel stub from my pack and clawed at the earth, unearthing nothing but mud. The graves radiated cold. At that moment, the distant tolling of a single bell echoed, very low, sorrowful. I realized the cemetery chapel had no bell tower. The mournful toll repeated, the mournful cry of a mother's heart. I dropped the shovel, raced to my truck, slammed in. The bell tolling faded behind me. Months later, the coroner's report concluded remains too decayed for ID. The two new graves were sealed with concrete slabs, no funeral. A sign warned, "Keep out, hazardous." Tourists still snapped photos from beyond the gate. Locals studied seed catalogs in breezy comfort, safe from the sorrows within. I refused to return. Willow Bend District offered me a desk job, processing permits for new trails. I accepted. Today I work under fluorescent lights, far from tombstones. But the memory of those graves lingers, the dull fragments, two tiny mounds, cries in the wind. Now when the wrong night wind blows through my apartment, I hear bells toll, each toll a tiny child's sigh. Sometimes in sleep, I dream of that woman, perched on the obelisk, rocking her children, sobbing until her tears freeze in her hair. I wake weeping, heart pounding. I've tried rationalizing, drainage pipes rusting, alerting birds hoaxes. But I know the truth. The dead of Granite Vale still yearn for someone to bury them right. And until I let them rest, I'll always carry their tears in my soul. I never believed in mountain echoes. At least, I didn't until that night at Frost Pine Pass. When they first assigned me to the Alpine Trailhead as a seasonal ranger, I thought it was a straightforward job. Watch for avalanches and overdue hikers. But by the time the sun dipped behind the jagged ridges and the pass began to sing, I was no longer so sure anything up there was alone. I arrived at Frost Pine Ranger Station on a crisp September morning. The station, a stout timber outpost perched at 8,500 feet, sat above the tree line, overlooking a valley that glowed gold in early autumn. Chief Ranger Faulkner, a gaunt man with frost-bitten cheeks, handed me my assignment. You're on midnight shift. Frost Pine Pass Trail needs winter prep. Keep an ear to the wind for avalanches, and call me if you hear anything unusual. His tone left me unsettled, but I shrugged it off. I've been a ranger 2 seasons, and I didn't scare easy. By noon, I had my gear stowed in the cabin. Avalanche beacon, ice axe, headlamp, extra batteries, flare gun, heavy parka, and a stack of trail maps. I donned my boots and walked out to the trailhead. The pass trail was steep, heading into craggy peaks dotted with red larches. At 2 p.m., I punched in the mileage marker, 0.0 at the station, 2.5 miles to Glacier Lake, 5 miles to Frost Pine Pass. I made notes in my log. September 7th, 12:54 p.m. Clear weather, no hikers visible, mountain calm. Over. From there, I began my recon, checking for rock slides, mapping creek crossings, and clearing loose scree from switchbacks. By 4:30 p.m., I summited a small ridgeline overlooking Glacier Lake. Rippling water reflected ice-clad peaks. I clicked off a photo, jotted map updates, and headed back. By 6 p.m., I was rechecking the wagon wheel-shaped campground at Lake's Edge. 8 empty sites, stone fire rings, no footprint beyond my own. That night, I stayed in the station's small bunk. At 10:45 p.m., I awoke to a faint rumble like distant thunder, but it was dead calm outside. I flashed my headlamp to the window. Moonlit peaks loomed, no storm clouds. I returned to sleep. At 11:58 p.m., I was jolted awake by a loud echo. A word lofted over the ridge. It sounded like someone shouting my name, drawn out. We ever. We ever. I bolted upright, heart thudding. I threw on my parka, grabbed my headlamp and radio, and dashed outside onto the porch. The wind was still. I aimed my beam at the valley, empty. I radioed in. Frost Pine to base. Did you hear that? Over. Base to Frost Pine, loud static. Didn't catch. Repeat. Over. Negative. Something shouted my name from the pass. Over. Base, no reports. Proceed with caution. Over. My pulse thundered. I grabbed my ice axe, tried to calm down. At midnight, I stepped onto the trail. Only my footfalls echoed back. I called, I'm coming for you, into the darkness. No reply. I scanned the slopes with my headlamp. Glacial ice gleamed. Rocky outcrops glinted. Nothing alive stirred. At 12:23 a.m., I heard it again. We ever. Louder, closer. I spun toward Frost Pine Pass, heart hammering. The beam caught a silhouette, tall hunched, against the frozen saddle. I blinked. It vanished. My breath spun as ice crystals. I turned and ran back to the station, leaving the trail behind me. I spent the next day restless, replaying that echo in my mind. By afternoon, I forced myself back onto the trail, with radio in hand, determined to find whatever had called out. The ridge trail was empty, no footprints except mine. I crossed the creek at 2 miles, waded through knee-deep icy water. My map indicated a small plateau at 4 miles. Old snowfield set a high to glacial crevasse. At 3:50 p.m., I reached the snowfield rim. The ice glittered in the sun. I peered down a vertical chasm, maybe 40 feet deep. I dropped a rock, rang on ice below after a 5-second gap. I climbed a rock protrusion to check for access. Clumps of snow trampled, footprints, boot prints leading to the edge. Hard to believe anyone survived a fall. I lowered rope from my pack, rigged an anchor, and rappelled to the ice floor. Below, the cavern was eerie. Smooth walls of ice glowed cobalt. My headlamp illuminated old pickaxe marks, scratchings in the ice dating back decades. Snowfield's old mountaineering team had vanished here in '79. 8 climbers, swallowed by ice overnight. I crawled inside. The air was frigid. I heard dripping water like tears. At 4:27 p.m., I found a battered notebook, pages frozen stiff, edges blackened. I pried it free. The first entry, dated '79, read, September 12th, found crevasse. Camped atop. Strange tapping on ice at midnight. It's a calling us. If we move, it severs footprints, leaves us trapped. I fear the pass itself wants our souls. Over. Below, in smeared script. September 15th, we're 3 now. Others gone, fallen or vanished. I am the last. Ice will claim me. Forgive me. A final blood-stained smear. My breath froze reading that. I jammed the notebook in my jacket and clambered up. As I ascended, I heard a distant scream, split by echo, coming from high on the ridge. I raised my headlamp, saw nothing, but felt like ice-cold fingers clamped around my heart. I bolted up the rope, scrambled to the rim, then ran back toward Old Snowfield's crevasse. At 5:15 p.m., I emerged crashing through the tree lean, winded, near hypothermic. I tapped my radio. Frost pine to base. Found 79 Mountaineer log. Click, almost fell. Over. Base slowed down. Helps en route. Over. I nearly collapsed at the station. That night I tried to sleep, but the old notebook haunted me. At 11:59 p.m., I heard another full-volume echo. We ever? We ever? This time even louder from just beyond the station's porch. I bolted upright, radio and headlamp drawn. I swung the light around. Nothing but hemlocks. I called, "Who's there?" No reply. I backed inside, locked the door, but my gear lay ready. I paced, listening to my pulse. At 2:17 a.m., a frantic pounding on the door, like an avalanche comes to you. I flung it open. Nothing. Then, at the edge of the forest, I saw a tall figure in a hood, its face white as a glacier, eyes sunken. It raised an arm, a shadow thin, gnarled hand beckoning. I stepped back, tripped inside. My revolver arm shook. The figure advanced, gliding, not walking. I stumbled into the cot. The figure reached the porch railing, pressed its face to the door's glass, cracked by the pressure. Its mouth gaped. No nose, just a hollow portal. I squeezed the trigger, clicked empty. The figure's head jerked, then vanished. The porch light flickered off. I sat shivering, tears seeping. At 4 a.m., when the mountain woke to rook carols, the figure was gone. Morning came as a relief. I addressed the empty revolver cylinders. Mercer's relief crew arrived at 8 a.m. He took one look at me. One more night. I shook my head. I'm out. He nodded. Most rangers refuse. We'll fill your slot tomorrow. He paused. You saw. I know. Everyone has. I packed my parka kit and that cursed notebook, handing it to Mercer. He examined it, eyes grim. We'll seal the crevasse. Direct warning. But the pass, it echoes your name. Forever. I didn't argue. 2 days later, an emergency crew arrived to seal Old Snowfield's crevasse. They use high-pressure water to collapse the rim and carve a mounded drift, then erected steel warning signs. Danger, unstable ice, do not approach. I watched from a safe distance as they detonated charges at midnight, collapsing the tunnel. As the ice groaned and avalanched inward, I thought I heard a final echo, whimper, carried on the wind. I flinched, but the crew did not stop. By dawn, the crevasse was packed solid, no rim visible. I returned to the station to collect final pay. The mountain above shimmered pink in sunrise. I thought of that figure at the station door, the call echoing in my mind. I felt a grim satisfaction. At least the pass itself was buried. But as we drove down the hairpin road, I glanced back at the peaks. In the distance, a slit of white stood out, a sliver of ice gleaming where the crevasse once yawned. I exhaled slowly. Perhaps we had only hidden it. Months later, I live in the foothills, far below tree line. I no longer feel safe near mountains. My nightmares revisit me, calling out names, the sea of ice a hollow figure. I no longer carry a radio on hikes. I dig out this journal when I need proof. Campfire stories dismissed as folly, but a mountain can hear you, echo you, claim you. Last week, I hiked to a low ridge on warm, cloudless day. I was alone when I heard it, faint, clear. We ever. My blood froze. I scanned the ridge. Only me. I turned and hurried down, heart pounding. Even now, I hear Frostpine Pass calling for me on winded nights. I know it waits for the next lonely ranger brave or foolish to answer its call. No one believes the mountain spirit, but I do. And I never go near that ridge again. I never believed old lanterns could burn with souls. At least, I didn't until that rainy autumn night in Blackwood Hollow. When they assigned me to patrol the Redwood campground, I assumed my darkest threat would be bears or hypothermia. After what slipped through the mist behind the trees, I was no longer so certain. I pulled my pickup into Redwood Ranger Station at 4 p.m. on September 12th, rain spitting across the windshield. The station stood halfway up Blackwood Road, a squat, moss-covered cabin ringed by firs. Chief Branson, a veteran ranger with tie-dye scars peeking out from rolled sleeves, handed me a key and a battered oil lantern. "You're on midnight shift at Redwood Camp. Storm rolling in. Keep an eye on those wind-blown campsites. Watch for whiteouts and wandering bears. And for the hollow lantern, locals say it glows at night, guiding strangers to something." Over. I stashed my gear, map, rain suit, boots, first aid kit, food rations, in a bunk in the back room. At 5 p.m., I drove the narrow gravel road down to Redwood Campground. Damp oak leaves and mud spattered on the truck. The campground sat in a bowl, 16 sites arranged around a dry creek bed. Each site had a picnic table and fire ring. Few campers remained. Most had fled ahead of the storm. I saw one last family, mother, father, teenage daughter, hastily packing. I waved. They offered watery smiles. By 6 p.m., I'd circled every site, extinguished coals, tied down tarps, repositioned tables to avoid wind-blown collapse. Jotted in my log, September 12th, 6:08 p.m., campers nearly gone, temp dropping, rain incoming. Over. Clouds thickened. By 7:30, the first drops pelted the tin roofs. I tidied the common area, stocked firewood, filled lantern with oil. At 9 p.m., the storm battered the forest. Wind howled, rain sliced like needles. I sat by the ranger's desk, checking the radio, static. I tried bass. "This is Redwood. Do you copy?" Only fuzzy hiss. At 10:45 p.m., I heard it, a soft clink, clink, like metal striking metal, coming from deep in the trees. I grabbed my oil lantern and strode outside. Headlamp tracked the shadows. Through lashing rain, I saw a faint golden glow bobbing between trunks. A hand lantern swinging gently. I called, "Hey, who's there?" The glow drifted closer, too slow to be a hiker. I splashed forward. Mud sucked at my boots. 10 yards out stood a figure. Its back to me, hooded, cloak soaked, holding a burning lantern. I leveled my headlamp. Wet cloak clung to its shape, taller than a man. The lantern's flame flickered in the wind. "Oh, hello," I shouted. No reply. The figure took a step, revealing pale, ash-streaked arms beneath tattered robes. It lifted its head, eyes black voids beneath rain-slick hair. Its face was chalky, skin peeling as though sheared by fire. It cocked its head, as though studying me. I staggered back. The figure raised the lantern high. In its light, I saw bruised limbs and burnt marks, like someone swore by fire and wood. It tilted the lantern. The flame backlit the hollows of its cheeks. Then, wordlessly, it extended a charred hand toward the campground. My pulse thundered. "Who are you? What do you want?" No response, only the wisp of smoke trailing behind the lantern as it advanced. I stumbled backward, tripped on a root, and fell face first into mud. I scrambled up and dashed for the station. A growl like a bear's roar erupted from the forest behind me. I didn't look back, slammed the door, locked it, and bolted the windows. I panted in the dim light, oil lantern burning low. I scribbled. September 12th, 10:55 p.m. Encountered hooded figure with lantern. Face burned, void eyes. Approaching campsite. Possible entity. Over. I checked the shotgun in the rack. 6 shells loaded. I curled up, flashlight on my lap, waiting out the storm. I barely slept. At 1:23 a.m., the oil lantern flickered against the window pane. I jolted upright, hearing footsteps on the porch. I grabbed my shotgun and threw open the door. Rain lashed my face. I shone the flash into the trees, nothing but writhing trunks. The lantern sat on the porch, golden glow melting into the rain. No figure in sight. I shivered, brought the lantern inside, plunged back on the bunk. Dawn came at 6 a.m., rain replaced by biting mist. I ventured out, shotgun in hand, to retrieve my oil lantern. I made for the porch. The lantern was gone, replaced by a small mound of blackened ash. I tasted bile. I shone the flashlight along the ground, footprints, bare feet, heading into the woods. Each print was stained with a streak of congealed blood. I snapped photos, radioing. Frost pine, no redwood. Lantern ash on porch, bare bloody prints into the forest. Over. Static. No response. I followed the prints leading to the creek bed, a slick ribbon of water gurgling through mossy stones. I felt watched. As I reached the creek's edge, I heard a soft moan, someone weeping. My pulse hammered. I shone the light, nothing. I heard a whisper too faint, "Come to me." It rippled through the damp air. I spun beam over trunks. A small stone altar appeared in a clearing, twigs lashed into a crude cross. At its base lay a charred doll and what looked like a human fingernail. I recoiled. The weeping rose, a chorus of children's cries. I ran back to the station, heart pounding. All morning, I patrolled with my partner, Ranger Calder, a burly woman with a quick rifle. I showed her the altar, nails dull, fallen twigs. She frowned. "Did you call this in?" I nodded, voice hollow. Base didn't answer. She tapped her radio, called her to station. "Anyone there?" Nothing. Strange. At 1 p.m., I set out again with Calder, determined to go deeper into the woods. We carried axes and flares. By 2:30 p.m., we reached a rock outcrop, the area where the figure had guided me the previous night. I shone my flashlight, dozens of hatless, skeletal heads poking from the ground, children's skulls, all tilted upward, eyes hollow. Each skull surrounded by burned candles. My stomach roiled. Calder gasped. I raised my voice. "What are these?" Calder shook her head. "I've never seen." "Weaver, we need to leave." But before we could turn, a wind roared, whirling through the pines, and the skulls rattled. We heard clanking, chains dragged through brush. We backed up, weapons raised. Through my beam, I saw the ghastly figure again, cloaked, lantern glowing, flanked by dozens of skeletal children forming a ring. Their eyes glowed luminescent white, mouths hung open in silent wails. Calder fired a warning shot. The figure didn't flinch, only raised the lantern, its flame bursting bright blue. The children stepped toward us, crawling through the shadows, arms reaching. We fled down the slope, branches clawing at our faces. We reached the station at 3 p.m., both breathing hard, soaked in sweat and mist. I radioed urgently. Redwood to base. Entity sighted with children's skeletons. Immediate evac request. Over. Finally, a reply. Base to Redwood. Hold position. Sending chopper. Over. We locked the cabin and stayed inside, backs pressed to the door, as the storm returned at dusk. By noon the next day, a small rescue chopper hovered above, lowering a landing pad near the station. We boarded and flew out, planting evacuated signs across the campground. I watched the treetops shrink as the chopper lifted off, leaving Redwood behind. Now back at Willow Hollow Station, I was given desk duty, processing trail permits and filing reports. The report on Redwood Hollow, took up 2 binders, descriptions of the figure, children's skeletons, burned altars. Most rangers shook their heads. My predecessor's notes had similar tales of lantern people and weeping woods. 3 weeks later, I received a package, battered oil lantern, warped by intense heat. Inside was a yellowed page, torn from a notebook, edges singed. On it, in a shaky hand, September 13th, 9:47 p.m. The hollow calls us. We gather under its lantern. We heed its chorus, find solace in ash. We burn to guide her home. Signed only H. I recognize the initials from a missing family, Martha Hibbs, who vanished with her 2 children 15 years ago near Redwood. I felt bile rise. I called Chief Branson. It's her Hibbs's family. They lit that altar 7 years ago. I think the hollow collects us. He was silent. Finally, we'll bury that page and the lantern in a deep pit. Never speak of Redwood Hollow again. That night, I burned the page in a metal drum on the station porch. The flame spat sparks across the rain-soaked beams. As it burned, I thought I heard a faint chorus. We come, we return. I whipped around, nothing. Only the hollow trees. Autumn turned to early winter. I was transferred to a forest office hundreds of miles away. I settled into my apartment in Cascadia Ridge, a far cry from Redwood's damp gloom. One evening in November, as snow swirled outside, I unpacked a box of personal effects from home. Among old notebooks and photos, I found an oil lantern, ashen and warped. I frowned. I thought I'd buried it in the burn pit. I turned it over, faint inscription at the base, guide us home. I ran my fingernail over the letters, feeling chills. At precisely midnight, I heard it, the soft clink, clink, like someone shaking a small bell in the next room. My pulse thundered. I clicked on the room light. The lantern flickered, its wick stained with ash. I picked it up cold, weightless. I stumbled backward as the wick sparked to life, blue flame flickering. I dropped it. It bounced on my bed, still burning, the blue flame glowing. I staggered to the door, locked on the inside. I pounded the wall, no answer. The flame cast dancing shadows. In the mirror, I saw a quiet shape, Martha Hibbs, holding a child hand, standing in the doorway. Their faces pale, eyes black voids. I lunged for the lantern. Everything went black. I woke sprawled on the couch. Morning light sifted through frosted windows. The lantern lay on the floor, cold wick, no flame. I touched it, freezing. I exhaled, shaking. I placed the lantern in a steel box, welded shut. I buried it in the backyard under a fresh layer of concrete. That evening, I heard the clink, clink again, echoing beneath the slab. Nearly a year later, I still monitor the night's quiet. I hear the clink, clink on long drives home in winter. I've never told anyone about the lantern. Last night, I slept on the couch, couldn't face my bedroom. Around 2 a.m., I heard weeping, soft sobs outside. I peered through the window, a pale figure in a white dress gliding through the snow, carrying a lantern. Its blue flame glowed. I grabbed my coat, ran outside, snow swirling. The figure vanished behind a fir. I followed the prints, small child size. They led to the concrete slab in my yard. I dropped to my knees, tapped the slab, cold sealed. I shone my flashlight at the spot, and in its faint glow, I saw the girl's ghostly face in the ice crystals. Guide me home. I exhaled, withdrawing. The weeping drifted behind me as I re-entered. Now I keep a second lantern by the front door, filled with fresh oil, its wick trimmed. But sometimes at night I hear the low clink, clink of a battered wick against metal, drafts swirling in corners where there should be none. I whisper, "I'm here." The wind replies, "We are the hollow." I never believed sandstone could bleed. At least I didn't, until that night at Sandstone Bluff. When they assigned me to ranger duties along Canyon Ridge, I assumed my biggest threat would be rattlesnakes or flash floods. After I saw the canyon walls weep blood, I knew better. I arrived at Canyon Ridge Ranger Station late one August afternoon. The station, a 2-story log cabin built into the hillside, overlooked Sandstone Bluff, a jagged escarpment sculpted by millennia of wind and rain. Chief Ranger Diaz, a lean local legend who'd survived a rattler bite in a flash flood, met me at the entrance. "You're in charge of Sandstone Patrol. Check for rock slides, aid hikers, keep an eye on the old Pueblo ruins at the bluff's base." He handed me a dusty map and a radio. "Oh, and mind the Bluffs Canyon. Folks say it bleeds where graves lie buried." Over. I stowed my pack, binoculars, GPS, first aid kit, rope, and drove down the switchback to the trailhead. By 6 p.m., I was at the base. Red sandstone walls glowed in the dying sun. A narrow path wound along the canyon floor to a mesa top about 2 miles in. I set out, calling into the radio. "Sandstone to base, trail condition good, no hikers." Over. "Read you." Over. At 7:30 p.m., I reached Pueblo ruins, crumbling adobe walls built centuries ago. I peered inside, ancient fire pits, pottery shards, and against one wall, a small burial cave. I knelt by its entrance, stones arranged like a crude headstone. Next to it lay dusty bones, skull, femur, arranged as though someone had taken the time to lay them out. I snapped photos, jotted notes. August 14th, 7:30 p.m. Unmarked human remains in Pueblo Cave. Bones arranged deliberately. Over. As I prepared to leave, I noticed the ground around the cave's mouth was stained dark red, like dried blood seeping from cracks. My pulse spiked. I jabbed at my radio. Base, I found a blood-like stain near cave. Over. Confirm blood. Over. Cannot confirm. Looks like iron oxide paint. Need testing. Over. Proceed with caution. Over. Yellow-orange dust glowed behind me. I retraced my steps back to the trailhead. The canyon grew darker. By 10 p.m., I was back at the station, jaded and unnerved. That night, I slept on a couch. Outside, wind rattled window seals. I woke at 3 a.m. to a metallic taste on my tongue. I grabbed my flashlight, ran outside. The canyon lay silent, moonlight glinting off sandstone. I crept back to Pueblo ruins. Curiosity overruled sleep. The trail was moonlit. I heard a faint drip, like blood falling on stone. My beam caught it, a thin rivulet of red water trickling down the wall, seeping from the same cave. I touched it cold, viscous. I sampled it with a cloth. It stained a dark wine color, smelled like rust. My heart raced. I examined the grave's cave. Bones missing now. Only dust and dried stains. I radioed. Sandstone to base. Bones vanished. Fresh red liquid seeps from cave wall. Over. Base to sandstone. Evidence team dispatched. Over. I hurried back to the station. The sense of being watched clung to me. I paced until dawn. By sunrise, a forensic crew arrived. They collected soil and stone samples. They confirmed the red liquid was iron-rich groundwater leaching through ancient copper deposits, harmless. But the missing bones, no explanation. They disappeared overnight. The crew shook heads. Could have been scavenged by animals. I doubted it. That afternoon, I hiked again to the bluff's rim, an overlook high above the canyon. A wooden railing warned, stay back. I leaned over, gazed at the deep chasm swirling with mist. At 2 miles below, I spotted a dusty white, a lens of a headlamp. Could be a hiker. I switched on binoculars. No, it was a white cloth flap, rippling. I radioed. Sandstone spotted movement at 2 miles below, near Riverbend. Possible hiker. Over. Copy. Hike check recommended. Over. I strapped on gear and climbed down. By 5 p.m., I reached the riverbed. No one. I searched a 1/4 mile upstream. Nothing but sandy wash and driftwood. I did spot fresh footprints, bare small, leading into a side cave. I came to a low arch in the wall. My beam caught flicker. Someone had lit an old oil lamp inside. I raised my radio. Sandstone, found lamp burning inside cave. Footprint inside. Over. Hold position. Backup coming. Over. I backed out. By the time I returned, 45 minutes later, the lamp was extinguished. Footprint vanished. No sign of anyone. I felt cold dread. That night at 11:30 p.m., I patrolled near the canyon rim. A fierce wind whipped down the gorge. I felt dizzy from the draft. Suddenly, a hollow wail rose from the canyon depths, like children's cries twisted by wind. I froze, scanning the crevices. No hikers in sight, only black openings. The wail crescendoed, grating. I flashed the beam into a narrow fissure, a skeletal face, sunken eyes, mouth agape, staring back. I stumbled back, heart pounding. The shape dissolved into swirling dust. I cursed, radioed. Sandstone, distress. Apparition in fissure, saw skeletal face vanish. Over. 10-4, signal strong. We're sending cavalry. Over. I paced until 2 a.m., alternating between glimpses of darkness and dread. At dawn, after a fitful sleep, I met the cavalry, 3 deputies and 2 forensic liaisons. We hiked into the canyon, following my logs to Pueblo Cave. The cave was sealed by a large boulder. No trace of iron-rich liquid. We forced it open. Inside, the space was empty. No bones, just fallen rocks and red-stained walls. Outside, the wind pressed down the canyon. By 2 p.m., we climbed to the bluff rim, hoping to find the source of the headlamp flicker. We found the ledge unstable, rock slides easily dislodged. I carefully navigated a narrow ledge. Suddenly, the ground shuddered. A rock dislodged under my boot. I fell, tumbling down 20 feet, colliding with a ledge. Pain seared through my leg. I lay stunned. Then I heard clicking, like camera shutters snapping. I rolled onto my back. The cavalry was gone. I hammered on the rock face, no answer. I slumped, breath shallow. Night fell. I drifted in and out of consciousness, hearing distant scraping, rocks shifting above. The hollow wail rose again, childish sobs echoing through the rock. I squeezed my eyes shut. The wind carried a dry whisper, "Come deeper." I fought to stay awake. At 3 a.m., the ledge gave way. Rocks crashed around me. I fell another 20 feet into a talus slope. I tried to scream, but tasted blood. A final jolt, and darkness swallowed me. I awoke at dawn, body battered, face pressed against sand and rock. I coughed, tasted metal. My leg was pinned under a boulder, throbbing agony. I tested my arms. Only bruises. I crawled forward, up a short incline. Above me, the sky was bruised purple. I tried to shift the boulder. Impossible. I dragged myself 15 feet until I found a narrow ledge where I could stand. From there, I saw faint lights, flashlights, descending into the canyon. Deputies. I shouted hoarsely. They found me, helicoptering me out by noon. While I slumbered in the hospital, I dreamed of sandstone walls weeping blood, faces pressed into swirling dust, children's cries calling from below. At 2 p.m., I discharged from care. My leg was in a cast, but I refused further assignment. I handed over my detailed logs, the disappearance of the cavalry, the shifting of rocks, the illusions on the bluff. The station brass sealed sandstone bluff. No trespass, danger. Now I live in a valley town teaching wilderness first aid. But I can't shake the canyon. Its cries echo in my mind. Sometimes at dusk, I head for the foothills, thinking I'll see the vanished deputies or the skeletal face. Instead, I see only rocks and larches, silent as a grave. I hear the canyons wail when wind whistles through my ear. I know the cliff still bleeds at dawn, and when I close my eyes, I see that hollow figure beckoning from the fissure. I hope no ranger ever hears its echo again. I always thought swamps were festering with bugs, not the undead, until the night I heard the Marsh Queen sing. When they asked me to cover Ravenwood Marsh as a rookie ranger, I expected mosquitoes and lost hunters. But by the time I saw a corpse rise from the mud, I knew I was wrong. I arrived at Ravenwood Ranger Station on a muggy July afternoon. The station, a raised wooden shack, stood at the edge of Ravenwood Marsh, a vast tangle of blackwater reeds, cypress knees, and mangled driftwood. Chief Ranger Keaton, a rotund fellow with goggles perched on his head, handed me a chest waiter set, a machete, and a battered-looking shotgun. You'll patrol the marsh trails, clear beaver dams, assist boaters. And don't venture into the old chasm after sundown, too many missing. Locals call it the Queen's Lair. Over. I stowed my gear, binoculars, radio, food rations, and headed down the rutted boardwalk into the swamp. By 3 p.m., I reached Beaver Tower, a raised platform 30 feet above the knee-deep water. The smell of rot and damp mold hit me like a wave. I scanned the murk. Dozens of herons flitted in the treetops, but no human sign. I called into my radio. Ravenwood to base, Beaver Tower clear. Over. Base to Ravenwood, copy. Over. I descended, chopping through tangles of vine blocking a narrow trail that wound deeper. At 4:30 p.m., I came to Old Chasm Viewpoint, a clearing of cracked oaks, rotten boards jutting from mud. A small sign, weather-worn, read Old Chasm Inlet. I looked over the edge, swirling black waters. Legend said those who went too close sank into quicksand, or worse, dragged down by undead. I laughed it off, tested the ground, solid. Log entry. July 14th, 4:35 p.m. Chasm Inlet Stable. No sightings. Over. I returned to camp before dusk. The marsh swarmed with mosquitoes. That night, by lamplight, I read old Ranger's logs posted on the wall. August 9th, 1967. Hiker vanished near inlet. Heard singing in reeds. Next morning, no trace. September 3rd, 1975. Rangers South Patrol found a corpse sinking in quicksand, alive. He claimed hands dragged him underwater. September 4th, rescue team found no body in quicksand, only rippling waves. I snapped the pages closed. I tried to sleep. At midnight, I woke to distant singing, slow melodic, like a funeral hymn. It drifted on the air. Well, I bolted upright. I grabbed the shotgun and flashlight, dashed outside. The boardwalk stretched into darkness. I pointed my beam toward Old Chasm. Faint ripples glowed. The singing surged. Well, my heart thundered. I radioed. Distress. Heard singing near chasm. Something's wrong. Base, no response. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the boardwalk, calling, "Hello." The singing stopped. Silence pressed in. I turned back, no station light. My radio sparked. I pressed transmit. Silent. Chills gripped me. Dawn found me restless, scanning the marsh through binoculars. At 6 a.m., I moved to Chasm Inlet again. The black water surface was still. I tested the ground near the edge, soft reeds, but not quicksand. I stepped closer. A faint shout, like a child, echoed from deep in the reeds. I snapped my head around. No one visible. I patted my shotgun, calmed myself. At 8 a.m., I made my way to the ranger's potable water pump at the far end of the walkway. Halfway there, I spotted something floating, a mud-caked boot. I knelt boot-sized small children's. Next to it, a tin locket, its clasp broken. Inside a faded family photo, 3 kids smiling. I snapped photos, stowed the locket, radioed. Ravenwood, found child's boot and locket near chasm. Over. Copy. Over. At 10 a.m., I returned with a dragging pole, a long metal hook for checking quicksand. I probed the water. At 2 feet from shore, the hook sank deep into muddy slime, far deeper than sediment. I yanked and tried again. Nothing. I realized someone had pulled on the hook, dragged it deeper. My pulse leaped. I snapped at the radio. Ravenwood, someone's dragging. Not me. Over. Ravenwood, understood. Patrolling. Over. I bolted to higher ground, heart hammering. That afternoon, a search party arrived, 2 deputies and 1 K-9 handler. We divided up. They patrolled edges. I returned to Retriever's hut, an abandoned fishing shack near the inlet. I stepped inside, floor slick with mold, windows boarded. A rancid smell. I shone the beam low. Children's clothes draped on rafters, string tied like totems. Gagged. I snapped photos, radio. Ravenwood, cloaked child's clothes and hut. Over. Copy. Extraction on the way. Over. Suddenly, overhead I heard a splash, like something large plunged into water. I raced outside, no one. The dog barked from the reeds. I aimed my shotgun. The dog dashed in circles. We heard a child's cry, "Mommy," coming from the depths of the marsh. I raced toward it, heart pounding. I waded into waist-deep water. The dog lunged ahead, whining. We reached a half-submerged stump, small girl's face. Eyes closed, hair slicked to her cheeks, half drowned. I dove in, dragged her out. She gasped, eyes wide. I carried her to shore, the dog circling at my feet. She moaned, mumbling, "They took my brothers, my brothers." I called medics. They arrived by swamp boat at 3 p.m. The girl, emaciated, terrified, could only croak her story. She sang the Queen sang. We followed the lantern. They took my brothers. Papa's gone, Mama's gone. She collapsed into sobs. I watched the deputies bind her wrist with a hospital blanket, take her to safety. I returned to retrieve the boot and locket. The dog Havoc sniffed the water's edge, he growled. I saw a row of small footprints leading from the hut into the chasm. I snapped photos, heart pounding. That night at 11:59 p.m., I spliced a search team in kayaks. We fanned out, listening for cries. The singing rose low from across the water. Torches bobbed in the darkness. We struck flares, amber plumes flickering. The singing cut off like a tape rewound. We called out names, no reply. In the cabin, I dared to sleep. But at 3:01 a.m., the radio came alive. Ravenwood. Weaver. Come to us, then static. I bolted upright. My lamp's flame guttered. Outside, I heard slithering from the marsh. I stole my shotgun, creeping out. Through the fog, I saw a shape, an old woman draped in moss, clutched an oil lantern alight with blue flame. She sang softly. Well, her face was rotted, hands twisted. I fired once, twice. The blue flame sputtered. She turned, head tilted, sunken eyes burning. She gave a final keening, then vanished. The lantern tumbled to ground, extinguished. I picked it up, cold wick winking. I retreated to the cabin, shaking. I wrote, July 15, 3:05 a.m., Marsh Queen with lantern, child's coffin face, blue flame, vanished, over. When dawn broke, I returned with deputies, only to find the hut obliterated, splintered wood, torn cotton, mud churned. The girl remained, clutching the locket. They want me, she whispered. I felt hollow. That afternoon, I assembled local voodoo elders, marsh priests, as Chief called them. They carried talismans, goat's blood, chant books. At twilight, we formed a circle around the hut's ruins. Candles flickered, incense smoldered. The priests chanted in ancient tongues. Yetare, Yesare. The wind picked up. The marsh's black water rippled. From the gloom, pale faces emerged, dozens of skeletal children with oil lanterns, eyes white-hot. The marsh queen rose above them, hooded, lantern in one hand, a crooked staff in the other. I aimed my shotgun, but voices echoed. Do not strike her, Ranger Weaver. She binds their souls. The elders chanted louder. The moon broke through clouds, blood-red. The queen sang, lullaby twisted by despair. The children stepped toward us, gasping, clumped like mist. I trembled, shotgun trembling. One elder thrust a dagger at me, strike at the queen's lantern. Its flame cages the souls. I hesitated. The queen's voice echoed, help me, free me. I raised the shotgun. Before I could fire, the lantern's flame exploded into silvery sparks, casting the children into a swirl of smoke. The ground trembled. The queen shrieked, collapsing. The infant's wails rose, Mama, and the children's bones collapsed into the swamp. Silence. The marsh lay still. The queen had vanished, lantern's glass shards glinting. The children's whispers faded. I stumbled back. The elders gathered the lantern shards, chanting blessings. I exhaled, tears in my eyes. The rattle of bones gave way to silence. By dawn, the boom of the thunder had arrived. Heavy rain pelted the marsh, closing trails. The search teams found nothing more. No bodies, no bones. Only oil lantern shards and the locket from the girl's boot. I retreated to the station, truth catching in my throat. Chief Keaton poured coffee. You did well, he said quietly. They'll bury what's left of the queen and her brood under silt. The marsh will reclaim them. I nodded. My nightmares slowed only briefly. I felt the damp roots tapping inside my skull. Months later, I transferred to a desert post. Drier air, simpler tasks. Yet each night I dreamed of Ravenwood's children, white eyes glinting, and the marsh queen singing in marsh reeds. Sometimes in my sleep I hear a faint lullaby carried on wind. Lo- Last week I received a small parcel, the charred locket. No note. Inside was another torn page. They whisper, they weep, watch for the flame. I touched the page. My pulse hammered. I placed it in a locked drawer. At dusk, I climb onto my porch, desert sky blazing orange, and listen. No lullabies, no children's voices, only the wind. But I know the marsh always calls. And one night, I'll hear her lantern's clinking flame again. I never believed the mine could burn with ghosts. At least, I didn't until my first night at Embers Tone Mine. When they assigned me to supervise the old logging route through Granite Vale, I thought my tasks would be clearing debris and monitoring wildlife. But after I watched the mine glow from below, I realized some fires never die. I reported to Granite Vale Ranger Station in late October. The station, a repurposed miner's cabin, stood at the valley's head. My orders: patrol the logging route to Embers Tone Mine, check for trespassers, and monitor seismic activity around old shafts. Chief Ranger Harlan, a stocky man with soot-stained cheeks, handed me a mine map and helmet. They closed Embers Tone after the 44 collapse. 32 men died. Locals say the mine still burns at depth. Don't go near the main shaft. Over. I loaded gear, spelunking lights, propane lantern, rope, flare gun, first aid kit. I strapped the helmet on as I descended the narrow gravel road into Granite Vale. Trees bled orange and red in autumn. By 2:30 p.m., I reached the mine entrance, a rusted steel door hanging on one hinge. I peered inside, a pitch-black void. No tracks except deer print and dust. I clicked on a headlamp and stepped into the tunnel. Wooden beams crunched beneath my boots. The east wall sported rusty spikes, left over from ore cart rails. I advanced 200 feet before the tunnel opened into a collapsed chamber. Timbers splintered, rock debris piled. At the far wall, a shallow pool glowed faint orange, as if lit from below. I approached. The water's surface shimmered with flickers, like flames trapped under ice. My pulse quickened. I tapped the water. It sizzled, hot to the touch. I stepped back, radioing. Embers toned to base, found warm pool glowing orange. Possible geothermal activity. Over. Copy Embers tone. Do not approach. Over. I retreated, dust swirling in my beam. I blocked the entrance with fallen planks, an attempt to warn off adventurers, then returned to the station by dusk. That night, I barely slept. At 10:45 p.m., a sobbing hiss woke me, like someone crying under strain. I grabbed my lantern and stepped outside, the moon overhead, thin silver halo. I carefully made my way down the road to the mine. Headlamp beam caught something. Embers glowing on the ground, small patches of heat. I followed them into the tunnel. At the collapsed chamber, the water glowed brighter, almost blood orange now. The sobbing came again, echoing of someone wailing softly, "Help, free me." I cleared rubble with an axe to enlarge the opening. My breath came in ragged puffs. I knelt, placed my hand on the water, heat seared my palm. I peered down, glowing coals burned under shifting water. Steam hissed from bubbling cracks in the bedrock. I reached for my camera, snapped photos. Then a finger white and long emerged from the water. It flailed, then a hand clawed charred. A husky head rose, skin melted back, eyes glowing ember bright, small wisps of flame on gills. The rest of the body remained submerged, scaly, reptilian. I stumbled back, screaming. It let out a feral cry, the echo rolling through timber tunnel. I sprinted back to the road, heart hammering, legs aching. I called base. Ember's tone urgent. Creature in the mine, submerged, breathing fire. Over. Stay clear, Weaver. Over. I collapsed by my truck, soaked in sweat. The sobbing wail lingered. I spent the next day sealing off the mine with concrete caps. Dispatch sent a crew with cement trucks. I watched as they covered the entrance. I hoped that would keep whatever lurked below trapped. That evening, I patrolled nearby logging roads, looking for footprints or tracks. At 5 p.m., I found 2 sets of bare footprints leading to a shallow pit, shallow bowl, and clay earth. I approached. The soil was warm as a furnace. I scraped the surface, shimmering, glinting flecks of ember. I recoiled, melted rock. I radioed. Ember's toned to base, another geothermal pocket exposed. Over. Understood. Over. At dusk, I returned to the station. After supper, I tried to sleep. Dreams of burning water haunted me. At 1:12 a.m., I heard a rumble, not thunder, like the ground itself growling. I snapped awake. Outside, red glow spilled across cabin walls. I rushed out to find a logging road ablaze, fire swirling in patterns like serpent tongues. I grabbed the fire extinguisher and sprayed, but it only hissed against the flames. I realized the fire wasn't on the road. It was beneath. The ground split, molten rock glowing through fissures. I backed away as steam erupted. I stumbled, ran to my truck. I hammered the horn. No response. I put the engine in gear and tore up the road, dust and ash choking my lungs. After the explosion, geology teams cordoned off the area. They said a volcanic pocket had developed near fault lines. But I knew better. I saw the creature that night. I was reassigned to a ranger post high in the Sierras. My nightmares followed me. Images of charred scales, ember eyes, serpentine bodies writhing in steam. I tried rationalizing, story of a lost drake, but my gut said something far older, more malevolent had woken. Last week, I returned to Granite Vale for Old Timers Weekend. I wanted closure, revisit a place I still called home. I parked at the station's lot and walked the logging road, now sealed by rocky berm. I circled the concrete cap on the mine. The ground was silent. I placed a hand on the cold cement. Nothing. As I turned to leave, I heard a hiss, steam escaping a crack in the cap. I stared. The crack widened. Flames spurted. Smoke billowed. I stumbled back. Through my beam, I saw a reptilian snout emerge, burned stone scale. A pair of ember eyes flicked, then vanished back down. I screamed, ran for my truck. The ground shuddered. A gout of fire spurted from the mine mouth. I floored the accelerator and sped away, down the twisting road as the mine belched smoke and flame into the dawn sky. Now I work at a desert outpost, my mind miles from stone-fanged creatures. But every time the earth trembles underfoot, I hear the mines hiss in my skull. Last night, I lay awake in a motel room while a tremor rattled outside. In the hallway, I heard a distant roar, like a dragon's bellow. I raised the lamp. Shadows twisted on the wall. I whispered, "Not again." The tremor passed. Silence. I switched off the lamp and stared at the dark ceiling, pulse hammering. I know Ember's tone mind sleeps for now, but it remembers. And one day, that dragon drake will rise again, licking the desert winds with molten flame. Until then, I keep a Geiger counter by the bedside, just in case. I arrived at Granite Ranger Station on a crisp September morning. The road in was gravel, winding through stands of red pines and larches beginning to blush golden. Granite Station itself was an old log cabin, gnarled timbers, a tin roof, and a single porch swing creaking in the breeze. I climbed out of my battered pickup and dragged my duffel bag inside, where Chief Ranger Bennett, a lanky man with perpetually sunburned cheeks, greeted me. "New Ranger?" he asked, extending a hand. His grip was firm but kind. "I'm Bennett. Word is you've done your time at Silver Pines. How's that?" I shrugged. It was fine. I've patrolled rivers, checked campsites, dealt with the usual. Granite Falls sounded a bit quieter. Less summer traffic. Bennett nodded, eyes flicking toward the door. "Come on in. They'll be sending you up to Trail Ridge and the Falls Lookout. Late summer heat's past. Nights will plunge to freezing soon. Make sure you have enough layers." He handed me a binder and a set of keys. "Cabin's further up the road. We call it Lookout Cabin. The view of Granite Falls is incredible. But we've had some odd reports. Rangers disappear. Hikers go silent. No biggie. Few get spooked by the canyon walls. Just stick to the trail and don't stray at night." "Got it." I nodded, flipping open the binder. Trail maps, radio protocols, campsite logs, standard fare, except someone had scrawled in the margins, "If you hear them whispering near the falls, get back. Safest to close the cabin early." My eyebrows shot up. Whispering. Bennett's jaw tightened. Old legend. Folks say the canyon echoes with voices at dusk. Some say it's spirits of those who drowned or tumbled over the falls. Majority dismiss it as wind through the clefts. But take it easy. He waved toward the door. Cabin's up that gravel road about 6 miles. Keep radio on at all times. Channel 5, call sign Granite Lookout. Any trouble you broadcast. Got it. I put the binder in my pack. Got it. I hoisted my gear. Sleeping bag, pack of extra clothes, headlamp, two-way radio, first aid kit, and a pistol kept in a hip holster for rattlers. Granite Falls was famous for its treacherous canyon cliffs and snake-prone scree. I waved goodbye and set off up the road. By noon, I reached Lookout Cabin, a two-room cabin perched on stilts overlooking a deep U-shaped canyon. The front deck hung over logs stacked by earlier rangers. Below, Granite Falls tumbled 90 feet into a mist-shrouded pool. Layers of basalt formed natural steps, and the roar of the water was deafening even yards away. The air smelled like moss and spray. Inside, the cabin was Spartan. A single bed in one corner, a wood stove, a small kitchenette with a propane fridge, and a lone desk facing the falls. Dust motes swirled in sunbeams streaming through the single window. I set down my pack and unloaded supplies. Canned beans, freeze-dried meals, fresh water, charcoal. Everything needed to last until mid-October, when Bennett would send the next relief. I followed Bennett's instructions to stock firewood in a neat pile by the stove. The extra pair of blankets lay in a chest by the bed. I unpacked clothes into a small closet and tested the radio. Static crackled on Channel 5. I keyed the mic. Granite Lookout to Granite Station. Come in. Over. After a second of static, Bennett answered. Granite Station reading you. How's the view? Incredible, I replied, smiling despite myself. Do you copy any chatter on the canyon walls? A pause. Then Bennett's voice, not at this hour. Keep watch at dusk. Over. I set the radio to low, clipped it to my belt. Light fading, I fired up the wood stove, listening to logs crackle. Outside, the wind gusted, playful at first, then stronger, funneling down the canyon and rattling the cabin. I watched through the window as leaves whipped across the deck. The falls roared, but something else underlay the crash, a faint sigh, like distant breathing. With dinner simmering, canned chili and rice, I scanned a trail log Bennett provided. Hikers checking in for a day trip to the falls tended to arrive by 2 p.m. Return by 6 p.m. Campsites below the canyon remained unoccupied. I made mental notes. Emergency shelters at 3 Mile Mark, nearest ranger station 2 hours south. Everything in place. As twilight deepened, I wrapped myself in a blanket, perched on a deck railing, and stared at Glass Creek tumbling over basalt steps. The canyon seemed to breathe, wind rising in gusts that rattled my bones. My breath curled in the chill. Sunset arrived with crimson and purple streaks. The last golden rays lit the canyon's high walls. Then, as the light faded, I heard it, a faint whisper echoing off the basalt folds, like voices calling one another. It was faint, indistinct, just a rustle of wind, right? But it sounded a human. A child's laughter. A woman's sob. Distant voice, come here. I stiffened, scanning the rim. No one visible. My heart hammered. I debated ignoring it, but that margin note about whispering stayed in my mind. I flicked on the headlamp, illuminating the deck. Shadows stretched across logs, twisting in the flicker of the wood stove. I ducked inside, locked the door, and closed curtains. Through the thin walls, the fall's roar still thundered. A log. September 2nd, dusk, heard faint voices echoing in canyon. Possible wind, possible something else. Cabin secure. Will monitor. Over. Sleep was elusive. Each gust of wind rattled the cabin, sounding like footfalls outside. I kept flashlight and pistol within arm's reach, tossing and turning. Finally, exhaustion claimed me around midnight. I awoke at 5:30 a.m. to silver light filtering through the curtains. Dusk was far behind me. I checked the radio silence. I donned my jacket and stepped onto the deck. Granite Falls roared with daylight clarity, cascading water the color of crushed sapphire. I inhaled pine-scented air. I brewed coffee on the wood stove, then checked the trail conditions. Fresh footprints meandered along the upper rim, near the safety railing, a lone hiker's boot prints leading eastward along the canyon's edge. I grabbed binoculars. No one in sight. Still, the prints looked fresh, depressions in loamy soil, no signs of decay. I noted them. I keyed the radio. Granite Lookout to station spotted fresh footprints near upper rim, heading east. No hiker visible. Over. Station here. Check cameras. Over. I wandered inside for the trail camera remote. The camera, mounted near the railing, had recorded 6 images from last dusk. Empty deck, flicker of headlamp in distance, then stillness. Checking the SD card confirmed a blurred figure at 7:05 p.m., walking east along the trail. I felt goosebumps. The figure wore a dark hoodie and jeans. Could be a lost hiker. I called Bennett. We saw a human figure on camera at 7:05 p.m., thought I was alone. Should we mount search? Yes. Could be someone off the path. I'll send a ranger team. Over. Ranger Martinez and Amanda arrived on quad by 8 a.m. They parked at the cabin. You seen any sign of a camp? Martinez asked, strapping on his pack. Footprints near rim. Heading east, that's all. We set out along the canyon rim. Razor-sharp basalt underfoot. Hemlock branches brushing our faces. The footprints resumed where the camera had captured them, heading east. I followed Martinez's voice. Trail narrows here. Loose scree on left. We descended a faint path leading down to a small ledge 300 feet above the creek. There, fresh crampon-like prints. Boots sank 4 inches into loamy soil. No sign of the hiker. Then Martinez pointed. Beneath an overhanging rock, I spotted a backpack lying open. Water bottle spilled, map torn. I approached slowly, scanning surroundings. Inside the pack, a cell phone with cracked screen, a leather journal whose cover read, "Find them." Blood spattered one corner. My stomach revolted. I opened the journal. First entry, dated August 30th. Camp near Granite Falls. Heard voices. Kept me up all night. Decided to follow when the whispers said my name. The next pages were blank. Under the flap was a dried leaf clipped to a single line. Tonight, I find them. Chills prickled down my spine. We radioed Bennett. Found backpack belonging to missing hiker. Journal claims they heard voices last week. Followed them. Over. We'll call search and rescue. Get back to cabin. Over. The sun climbed. Rattlesnakes awakened. We headed back, but I turned to glance at the falls one last time. The water churned, mist rising like smoke. I thought I heard a faint hollow giggle echoing in the mist. I shook my head. That evening, I stayed on high alert. At 6:30 p.m., Ranger Amandy arrived with hot chow and news. Search crews found footprints near the riverbank, bare feet leading into the churning water. No body. He shuddered. Someone up there doesn't want to be found. By 8 p.m., I resigned myself to a long night. I lit the wood stove, fixed canned stew, and reviewed the missing hiker's journal. The scribbled margin note read, "The canyon wants to keep us." That line echoed in my mind. As dusk fell, I patrolled the deck with my flashlight. At 9:15 p.m., the roar of Granite Falls was deafening. I swept the beam across cliffs, nothing but slick basalt. Then I heard the faintest echo, a soft sob, a human cry. It sounded like the missing hiker's voice. I spun, calling, "Hello? Are you okay?" No response. Silence swallowed my words. I raised the flashlight toward the canyon. At 9:17 p.m., I saw a figure standing at the very edge of the rim, its back to me, head bowed. I called out, "Hey!" The figure jerked upright, but before I could focus, it dropped from the rim, nothing but a shadow flicker as it vanished into darkness. The echo of its fall was lost in the cascade. My heart pounded. I strapped on my headlamp, radioed Bennett. They just jumped, rim fall at 9:17 p.m. I saw someone vanish. Over. Hold position. Rescue team en route. Over. I didn't wait. I grabbed my pack, dashed up the narrow trail, heading east along the rim, following where the figure had walked. Headlamp's beam cut through swirling mist. No sign of a body. I reached a narrow ledge, peered down, 30 feet to a rocky outcrop jutting from the canyon wall. There, a pair of legs, blood-streaked knees folded against rock. I keyed the mic frantically. I see them halfway down the wall. No harness. Looks alive but injured. Over. Copy. We'll lower a rope team. Stay put. Over. I tore off my jacket, tied it around my waist, and carefully rappelled 40 feet down the face. My fingers slipped on damp basalt. The missing hiker, a young woman, lay semi-conscious, eyes glazed. I called to her, "It's okay. I've got you." She muttered, "They're calling." Her skin was ice cold. She'd been in the plunge pool at the base. I used my radio to direct the rope team. "Lower a litter." Over. They responded, "On approach, canyon walls unstable. Extraction could take an hour." Over. I wrapped my jacket around the hiker, checked her pulse. It was faint. The sobbing echo rose again from the falls, her voice weaving with the rush of water. I gripped her arm. "Hang on." Her eyes fluttered, and she seemed to recognize me. Then blackout. I awoke in the station infirmary at 1 a.m. The hiker was in a cot beside me, wrapped in blankets, breathing steadily. Deputy Foster sat at the far end, taking notes. I turned to Bennett, who stood by the window, looking down at the canyon. "She's stable?" I asked, voice hoarse. Bennett nodded. "Barely conscious. She said the canyon told her lies. Sang her name till she followed." She saw shadows in the water. Something in the mist tried to pull her under. I closed my eyes. It's got to be just hypothermia or delirium. Bennett shook his head. This is the third case this month. 2 at midday have gone missing entirely. Trail cams catch glimpses of people following voices after dark. Then they vanish. I felt bile rise. What if it's something more, some force in the canyon? He pointed toward the infirmary door. Talk to her in the morning. She might shed light. For now, rest. I'm assigning you 2 days swing shift. Won't get dark until 7:30. Maybe that'll keep you grounded. He left quietly. At dawn, I sat beside the hiker, Julia, her eyes fluttering open. She clutched a tattered journal in her hand. I leaned in. Hey, I'm Ranger Mercer. You're safe now. She blinked, tears on cheeks. Ranger, the canyon, please. Listen. Her voice was faint. I held her hand. Tell me. She took a shaky breath. I came for photos. Granite Falls was perfect mirror for the early light. But at dusk, I heard my sister call my name. Over and over. She closed her eyes, wincing. I turned to follow. Sister drowned years ago. I thought I heard her. She shivered. Then I saw her silhouette on the rim, just like her. She stepped off. I ran to catch her, but Canyon grabbed her. Then it whispered to me, come closer. I tried to climb, but slipped. I hit the rocks and fell. Darkness, then you. My heart pounded. Are you saying the canyon impersonated your sister's voice? She nodded, tears glistening. It knows our regrets, our memories. It uses them. It wants us to end triple. She coughed, slumping. I steadied her, drained by the gravity of her words. A shiver rippled through me. The canyon wasn't just wind or echo. It was intelligence, a force feeding on grief, a call to addicts of loss. If that was true, Granite Falls' roar was only a lure for souls. I helped her outside. The morning mist clung to pines. I scanned the canyon rim. No silhouette, only basalt walls marching into distance. Over the next 3 weeks, I remained on constant night patrol. Every dusk, I manned Lookout Cabin, monitoring the canyon for signs of movement. The radio crackled every hour with station check-ins. Hiker traffic slowed. Most day, visitors avoided the falls at sunset. One night at 10:13 p.m., I heard the faint sound of children singing, an eerie lullaby drifting on a wind. Someone's juvenile voice wailed, "See you soon." I turned on the floodlight. No one. The lullaby repeated, 3 voices, layering. My pulse thumped. I grabbed the pistol, stepped onto the deck. The singing stopped. I scanned the rim, nothing. The wind died down. Only the falls roared. I radioed Bennett. 10:16 p.m., hearing multiple childlike voices from Canyon. Possible hallucination. Over. Copy. Over. My mind buzzed. Are echoes even that coherent? This was something else. That same week, another hiker went missing, man in his 60s, searching for lost dog. Last transmission. I hear her barking near base of falls. 2 days later, his remains surface to the pool's edge, eyes wide, jaw open as if screaming. No sign of dog. Bennett shook his head. We filled the pool with wire mesh to prevent dragging. I felt sick. One night, I sketched a crude sign, "Don't listen to the echo." I set it near the rim on a post. I hoped it'd help a wandering soul. By mid-October, foliage all gold and brown, my relief was en route. I packed my gear, checked the cabin one last time. The firewood chest was empty. I burned it all to keep the stove stoked. I shut off propane, but left the wood stove nearly cold. I didn't want anyone to sleep too deeply. As I prepared to leave, I heard it. My own name, soft and sorrowful, drifting up from the canyon. Mercer, my heart seized. I stood frozen, backpack in hand, staring at the basalt walls. There on a narrow ledge beneath the railing, I saw a flicker of movement. A hiker crouched, her head lowered. I strained to identify her. Torn jeans, a forlorn face, eyes wet. My younger sister's face. I choked. My sister died 10 years ago, drowning in a lake near our parents' cabin. I clasped the edge, shakily raising my voice. "Sarah?" The figure lifted her head, eyes hollow as coin. In that moment, I understood. The canyon had called my sister's name and projected her image to lure me in. I turned, stumbled down the steps, nearly dropping my duffel. I flew down a mountain road, heart pounding, failing to hold back tears. At the station, Bennett and the deputy waited. My voice trembled. They call my sister's name. I see them in the shadows. Bennett placed a hand on my shoulder. "It's over for the season. You're safe now. We'll archive your report, restrict access during dusk, and hang up more warning signs. Granite Falls will rest, and so should you." I exhaled, relief mingling with grief. I loaded my truck, flicked on the engine. Before leaving, I looked back at the canyon one last time. Granite Falls roared, dark mist swirling. The basalt walls gleamed silver. I sealed myself in the cab and pulled away, chest tight. It's been 2 years since I left Granite Ranger District. I still write part-time as a freelance environmental reporter. I've told a few colleagues about Granite Falls, but most considered it an urban legend. I still carry the burden of that canyon, calling out my sister's name, conjuring her face in the mist. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear a faint echo on the wind, "Mercer," and I slam the window shut, pulse racing. I no longer doubt the existence of restless echoes. Granite Falls taught me that nature can be haunted, its largest voice an invitation to darkness. Some things want you to listen, and once you do, it is easy to disappear. I never believed in curses, at least I didn't, until that night on Blackwater Ridge. When they offered me the summer fire watch at Cedar Lake Lookout, I thought it would be the best job of my life. But after what I saw flickering in the lantern's glow, I'm not so certain. When I first arrived at Cedar Lake Lookout Station on a warm June afternoon, I was brimming with confidence. Summer fire watch meant solitude in the treetops, no traffic, no crowds, just me and the forest. Chief Ranger Hobbs, a wiry veteran who climbed smoke towers blindfolded in his day, gave me the rundown. This old tower's manned from June to October. You'll patrol for smoke, radio, and daily. Keep an eye on the lookout lantern. Lights must never die. He handed me a battered oil lantern, stuffed with yellowed newspaper wadding. But watch out for the old curse of Blackwater Ridge. When the smoke is low and the air is still, the lantern's flame plays tricks. Some rangers swear it'll flicker to show you something or someone. Keep that thing burning at all costs. He shrugged. Lots of legend. Cabin in the woods burned down. Ranger vanished under a blood moon. Over. I thanked him, strapped my gear, binoculars, firefinder, radio maps into the tower. Cedar Lake Lookout was perched on a granite outcrop half a mile from Cedar Lake's eastern shore. The view was breathtaking, snow-capped peaks in the distance, meadows of lupin below, and thick pines draping the ridge. By 3 p.m., I'd stocked wood, tested the stove, and lit the oil lamp. Its golden glow burned steady. I gazed at the horizon. No smoke, no sign of anyone. I radioed in. Cedar Lake to station, smoke watch clear. Over. They replied. Station to Cedar Lake, copy. Expect dry weather through July. Over. I settled in, feeling invincible. That first night, though, everything changed. Around 10:30 p.m., a faint breeze rustled pines. I stirred by the lantern's light, sipping soup from a thermos. The oil lamp's flame danced, casting long shadows on the log walls. Outside, the forest was silent except for the occasional hoot of a great horned owl. At 11:04 p.m., I heard it knocking like wood tapping wood coming from the cabin floor below. My heart raced. I grabbed my rifle, dragged the lantern to the stairs, and peered down. Footsteps on the forest floor, branches cracking, approached the cabin. I steadied the lamp, shining it outward. No one visible, only mist hanging low. The knocking repeated, once, twice soft. I rattled the ladder, shouting, "Who's there?" The knocking ceased. I ascended trembling, locked the door, and bolted shutters over the window. My pulse pounded. In the dim light, the lantern's flame flickered violently, as though a gust passed through. I relit it, and the flame steadied. I scribbled in my log. June 3rd, 11:05 p.m., heard tapping on cabin floor and footsteps outside. No one found. Lantern flickered, wind increased. My hands shook. I huddled by the stove until dawn, too frightened to sleep. Daylight brought nothing but normalcy. Sunlight dancing across the lake, birds calling. At 6 a.m., I radioed station. Cedar Lake, overnight incident, footsteps around cabin knocks. Cabin secured, no signs of entry. Over. Copy, Cedar Lake. Be careful. Over. I spent the morning scouting fire lanes, checking the 2-mile trail to the ridge top. No footprints, no signs of intruders. By 1 p.m., I reached a point where frost-topped ferns carpeted the forest floor. I saw a pair of old, rusted lantern brackets nailed to a pine, pouring rust down the bark, remnants of another tower. I recorded GPS coordinates and continued. At 3 p.m., I returned to the cabin to discover my oil lantern nearly extinguished, the wadding blackened, barely aglow. I topped it with fresh oil, relit the wick. The new flame pulsed yellow, then brightened. I glanced out the window, a figure across the meadow, someone holding a lamp, standing at tree line, shining its glow in my direction. I stared, transfixed. The figure never moved, only the lamp's light bobbing in the tall grass. I stepped outside, shining my headlamp, nothing but waving ferns. The lamp's glow vanished. I called into the forest. Hello. No echo. My radio crackled, static. No station reply. I felt my breath catch. By evening, I had the lantern stoked and firewood stacked. I cooked dinner. At 9:47 p.m., I climbed onto the porch to stoke the wood stove. The breeze rattled yesterday's shards of ash. I glimpsed the figure again, just beyond the tree lean, holding a lantern. I raised my rifle, aimed, and fired one warning shot into the air. The figure flickered, then vanished. My heart pounded as I rushed inside. I banged on the radio. Cedar Lake, saw figure with lamp at edge of meadow. Over. No answer. Just static. That night I didn't sleep at all. Morning arrived gray, rain pelting the cabin. I stayed inside, checking the radio every 15 minutes. Finally, station responded. Cedar Lake, message received. Hikers reported missing near cabin 2 days ago. We're sending a search party. Over. I exhaled. Copy, request ETA. Over. ETA is 4 hours. Over. I spent the next hours checking perimeter. No footprints, no fresh disturbance. By 2 p.m., Rangers Miller and Davis arrived via ATV. They dismounted, strode to the cabin. Miller looked at me with concern. You okay? We heard odd cries from your signal. I showed them where I'd seen the lantern bracket pine and where I'd glimpsed the figure. Davis frowned. Old logging maps show an abandoned cabin north of here. Maybe that's what people keep mistaking. He handed me a tattered topo map marked Old Logging Shack, burned 1964, a mile northeast of our spot. Hoping for answers, we geared up and trekked. Rain soaked our jackets. The forest floor turned to mud. By 3 p.m., we reached a burn-scarred clearing where only charred beams remained of a log cabin. A rusted lantern hung from a twisted hook. Blackened footprint scratches marked the ground where someone or something dragged a body away. Partially melted glass from a hurricane lamp lay in the ashes, and scorched patina coated every surface. I felt sick. Miller knelt, brushing away ash a single browned human tooth. We collected it for later. I swallowed. I couldn't figure out why someone left the lantern here, resurrected every dusk. The search party found no missing hikers near the cabin. They combed trails and ridge lines until night. By 7:30 p.m., they returned empty-handed. I stayed behind, watching as the woods swallowed the last searcher's taillights. That night, the cabin in my mind seemed smaller, like a ghost house waiting for my return. 3 nights later, a blood moon hung low, tinting the canopy crimson. I hunkered down in Cedar Lake Lookout, radio silent. At 11:02 p.m., the wind died. Suddenly, my lantern sputtered, flame flickered blue, then surged red. I leapt from my chair, dashed to the window. Below, within the mist drifting off the lake, a procession of lanterns crept along the tree lean, dozens of them, held aloft by figures garbed in black cloaks. Their lamps glowed scarlet in unison, bobbing in perfect formation. I squinted hard at my throat. The procession moved up the old logging trail, straight toward my cabin. I radioed desperately. Cedar Lake to station, code 33. Multiple lanterns approaching via logging trail. Over. Static. No reply. I loaded my shotgun, radio clipped to my belt, and flipped on a headlamp. Lantern bearers came into the clearing, silent, their faces shrouded. Among them, one younger figure wailed, high-pitched cry that split my eardrums. The others echoed, a cacophony of agonized voices. I pressed back against the cabin wall, hammering each shell into the pistol. They came within 20 feet, lantern light flickering odd patterns on their cloaks. I pointed the pistol at them. They stopped. The high figure, a child maybe 10, raised the lantern high. The red glow illuminated a face, eyes glowing as the moon, cheeks streaked with dried blood, lips parted in a lament. I squeezed the trigger. The shot cracked through the air. The child stiffened, then vanished. No body, only a wisp of black smoke. The other figures remained motionless, as though frozen by the shot. Then, all at once, they flicked their lanterns upward, red flames dancing, and in a wash of red light, they vanished into the mist. My knees buckled. I slammed the door, locking it. The cabin trembled as the wind slammed the shuttered windows. Through the howl, I thought I heard the children's voices chanting, "Join us, join us." The lantern on the table flared to life, though I'd left it unlit. Its flame trembled blood red. I raced to snuff it out, dousing it in the sink, but the flame persisted, seething despite lack of oil. My chest pounded as the flame sputtered. I dropped to my knees and prayed until dawn. Morning's pale light filtered through gray clouds. The cabin was silent, save for the drip of melting frost from the eaves. My back ached, mind racing. I turned on the radio. Cedar Lake to station, requesting immediate evac. Over. Cedar Lake, this is station. Unclear. Come in. Over. I exhaled. At least they heard me. By 9 a.m., Ranger Miller and the deputy arrived. They found me huddled by the stove, shaken. I showed them where the procession vanished. Miller frowned. The lantern cult? Never imagined they still existed. He explained what few knew. In 1964, a group of loggers died in an avalanche on Blackwater Ridge. To honor them, fellow workers lit lanterns each full moon, walking to the logging shack. But one moon, the avalanche survivors vanished. Now half the ridge is off limits, said haunted by the lantern dead. I shivered as he spoke. He guided me down to the old logging trail. We passed the burned cabin site, charred boards blackened by time. The single lantern bracket remained, rusted. Miller knocked on the post. whispering a short blessing. We left the bracket intact, a mark of respect. Back at the tower, I spent the day patching logs, restocking supplies. Ranger Davis arrived to relieve me at dusk. As he climbed the stairs, I handed him the battered oil lantern. My hand shook. This thing almost burned me alive. He studied its wick, tested flame. Steady. He nodded. We'll bury it. Over. He placed it in a metal coffin beneath fresh dirt on the ridge trail. May it rest. I packed my duffel, stepping onto the deck one last time. The wind had died completely. The falls below were silver in the dimming light. I scanned the tree line. No flickering lights. As I turned to leave, the fallen branches snapped behind me, timber cracking in a canopy. I glanced over my shoulder. The single lantern glow I read flickered between trunks. Then, deeper in the woods, I saw shadowy figures, dozens, walking in single file, holding lamps aloft. They paused at the ridgeline's edge, faces shadowed, lamps dipping to nod at me. A breathless hush descended. I lowered my head. The fall of a young man's laughter echoed in my mind, just as I'd heard a dozen years ago on my first night here. Ranger Miller's voice whispered beneath the wind. They joined the ridge on the blood moon, forever bound. I watched until their light vanished in the mist, and then I descended the tower stairs, heart heavy but knowing I'd never return. I never believed in swamp witches, at least I didn't, in the sense of vengeful hags conjuring doom. But after what I witnessed on Blackwater Marsh, I'm no longer so certain. When they offered me the seasonal post at Blackwater Ranger District, I thought it would be a quick way to fill my backpacking fund. I arrived at Blackwater Ranger Station on a damp June afternoon. The district office, a weathered wooden shack on stilts, straddled a swampy knoll overlooking Blackwater Marsh. A haze of mist blurred cypress knees and reeded shallows. The air was heavy with the scent of decay. Chief Ranger Thornton, a hefty man with duck dung on his khakis, handed me my assignment. You're in charge of North Patrol, 5 miles of boardwalk through the marsh. Check for poachers, stranded road racers, snakes, and black bears. And if you see the marsh witch, run. Over. I raised an eyebrow. Marsh witch. He gestured to the swamp. Local legend. Supposedly an old woman drowned after losing her child in a storm decades ago. They say she calls travelers into the reeds with bell chimes. Those who answer never return. Over. I didn't believe in curses, but I nodded. I'll be careful. Over. Thornton waved me on. I loaded my chest waders, machete, swamp boots, headlamp, rifle, and a sat phone into a swamp rat-proof boat. By 4 p.m., I pushed off into the Blackwater, motoring down a narrow channel. The boardwalk emerged 2 miles in rottenwood planks arching over knee-deep water. I tied up the boat and set off, machete in hand, slicing away thick vines. I crossed knotted cypress roots and half-submerged logs. By 5:30 p.m., I reached the abandoned Watcher's Tower, an old treehouse half-fallen, rope ladder dangling. I climbed up. The view was a sea of reeds, stretching toward a distant ridge. The hush was oppressive. No birds, no insects, only the water's lazy ripple. I radioed in. Blackwater North to station. Watcher's Tower reached. Over. They replied. Copy Blackwater North. ETA back is nightfall. Over. I descended, continued patrolling, checking signs of poachers, empty beer cans, discarded fishing lures. By 7 p.m., I reached a small clearing where someone had built a bonfire. Ashes were cold. Human footprints led into the reeds. I followed them. Sudden rustle, then nothing. The flight of a heron, I told myself. I scanned. No one. Only endless swamp. As dusk drained color, I noticed a small battered bell hanging from a sapling, rusted, clapper swinging, still ringing faintly. My pulse spiked. I pocketed the bell. Its metal was warm, no breeze. I tried to radio Thornton. Found a bell hanging in clearing, possible clue. Over. No answer. Only static. I returned to the boat as night fell. Solely the moon's silver arc lit my passage. I felt eyes on my back. By early next morning, rain began drizzling. I drove the boat back, skimming over lily pads. At 8 a.m., I reported to Thornton. Patrol clear. Found Old Bell. No ranger tracks past Watcher's Tower. Over. Copy. You head out again tonight. And watch for signs of Ranger Hayes. He was due back last night. Over. Ranger Hayes, a rookie only 2 weeks on the job, had gone missing after dark patrol. Hikers heard him calling for help at midnight. That stayed below my skin. I spent the day prepping supplies, bottled water, flares, fresh radio batteries. By 6 p.m., I pushed out into the swamp, gloom thick as stew. Around 8:30 p.m., I crossed the Watcher's Tower, heart quickening. I left a flare lit next to its ladder, standard beacon for lost patrols. I descended and continued south, following Shackleton trail marker signs. The air grew heavy with frogs' croaks. At 9:15 p.m., my headlamp caught a figure crouched by the boardwalk, a slim shape hunched, draped in moss and soaked fabric, holding a tattered map. I called out softly, Hayes? Ranger Hayes. The figure turned, eyes empty, face pale as swamp mud, nostrils flaring, reeking of rot. It ran into the reeds, no footsteps, no sound, only faint bubbles and water where he vanished. I reeled, stumbling back. My rifle snapped up, no target. I tapped the radio. Found something. Repeat. I found a shape, taste of rot. Over. Silence. I turned and ran back to Watcher's Tower, breathing ragged, knowing what I'd just seen. Ranger cells missing, corpse-like. I swore I glimpsed him vanish. I reached my boat at 10:02 p.m., motor back to station. Inside the cabin, I slumped in a chair, listening to rain pelting the roof. I scribbled in the log. June 7th, 9:17 p.m. Saw a shape crouched by trail, face drowned, soaked, fled into reeds. Possible Hayes. Over. Thunder rolled. I slept poorly. Next evening, Thornton assembled a search party, 2 deputies and K-9. They launched at dusk. I stayed on station, monitoring radio. At 12:12 a.m., a static choked call. wanting me help. Then a gurgle. The radio went silent. I jumped to life, grabbed a spare radio, called out, Blackwater North to search team. Repeat. Over. Only static. My stomach heaved. At 2 a.m., it stopped raining. From the station porch, I saw a faint glow behind Watcher's tower, like a lantern bobbing. I grabbed my shotgun and headed out alone, guided by the faint light. The boardwalk was slick. Moss clung underfoot. I reached the base of the ladder. The orange glow was just above, someone there. I ascended quietly. A disembodied lantern floated just at the edge of the platform. No one standing above. The boards shivered underfoot. I called, Hello. Nothing. I stepped back to retreat, but the ladder flipped, pulled into the tower. I tumbled down, shotgun forgotten, landing hard on damp planks. Fog swallowed me. I crawled up, shook off pain, and turned toward the glow, now drifting off through the trees, guiding into the marsh. I reached the clearing at midnight's edge. The lantern hovered over a rotted stump, flames flickering green. Beneath it lay a single boot, Hayes's boot stained with mud. My heart froze. I stared as the boot's toe twitched, spurting brown water. I stumbled back, retching. I whipped out my gun. Hayes, I'm coming. I stumbled after, headlamp bouncing. The lantern led me deeper, calling, Come, come. I nearly followed it into the water until I saw movement in the underbrush, a small figure wading waist-deep, dragging something. Headlamp revealed mud-smeared hair, eyes white, Hayes's face, but pale as the moon. He stumbled toward me, clutching a limp, writhing shape that looked like a woman, his fiancée, who had vanished from summer camp 2 years prior. I screamed and fired a warning shot. Rock crumbled under the bullet. Hayes yelped, eyes rolling back. He toppled into the water, limbs flailing, dragging the fiancée's corpse into murk. The lantern's glow leapt higher, then vanished. In the silent swamp, only croaks and drips. I fled to the station at full sprint, soaking wet, mind numb. The radios remained dead. I collapsed on the floor by the stove, shivering until dawn. At first light, deputies and K-9 returned without Hayes or fiancée's body. No trace beyond the swamp's boundary. Thornton looked grim. They're gone. We'll mourn them. You ready to pack up? I shook my head. We can't leave. Something's wrong here. He sighed. We'll send more units, but you come inside. No solo nights. I joined them, downing coffee. We planned a full-scale search. By noon, a flotilla of boats, deputies, K-9 teams, and a Drake helicopter swept the marsh. All day, they combed shallow channels, checking pockets of water for bodies. At 7 p.m., they reported nothing, only reeds and mud. That evening, I stayed by the station radio. At 11:47 p.m., I heard the faintest tinkling, like a child's bell, carried on wind. I ran outside. The boardwalk lay silent. I scanned the trees. Nothing. I returned inside, but the tinkling persisted, bouncing off the cabin walls. I paced, mind numbed. At midnight, the radio beeped. Help, help me. A female voice, thin and distant. I keyed the mic, Station to whom? Bother. Then silence. I deleted the collar mic, fumbling, heart racing. I clutched the desk. From outside, I heard the bamboo wood of deer antlers clack on the roof with tapping wood. In a panic, I seized my flashlight and ran outside, shotgun in hand. The beam caught a dark, hunched shape on the roof, hair long and stringy, face hidden by shadows. It slid away, vanishing behind cedars. My knees buckled. I retreated to the radio, switching to all channels. No response. I bolted all doors, windows. The bell tinkling rose in volume like dozens of bells. I sank to the floor, eyes fixed on the door. At 1:12 a.m., I heard footsteps on the porch, soft, deliberate. Someone rapped at the door. I froze. It tapped again, 3 times, then scatters of footsteps receded. The bells jingling shifted, fading slowly. By 1:20 a.m., silence. I spent the night huddled in a blanket, clutching the shotgun. Early morning light revealed broken reeds outside the station, a narrow path from the marsh edge leading to the cabin. I traced muddy footprints, bare feet, small, female. They ended at the deck stairs. I pressed my fingers against the wood, mud smears. I dialed Thornton. They're here, someone on my deck. Over. Understood. Extraction team inbound. Over. At 10 a.m., the helicopter roared in, skimming the canopy. I climbed aboard, looking down at the marsh, Reed Lake shimmering. I pointed to the boardwalk winding across dark water. Thornton's deputy strapped the fiancé's wedding ring, found near the hut around my neck. He looked grim. We called off the search. No bodies, only legends. I exhaled, boarding the chopper as the forest shrank below. Weeks later, I still struggle to sleep. I hear occasional bell tolls on the wind. I keep a small silver bell by my bed, just in case. I know Blackwater Marsh's queen still walks its reeds, calling travelers. And maybe next full moon she'll call my name. I never believed spirits could lurk in stone. At least I didn't, until my first night at Raven Rock Canyon Lookout. When they offered me the seasonal post there, I thought it was my chance to finally escape the city. By the time I realized the walls can bleed, I was already trapped. I arrived at Raven Rock Ranger Station in mid-October, the leaves already turning bronze and russet. The remote station was a squat log shelter perched on a rocky bench, overlooking the canyon's yawning maw. Chief Ranger Calder, a silent, hawk-eyed man, handed me keys and a single map. You'll patrol both rims of Raven Rock Canyon. Check the mid-canyon trail if hikers attempt the slot. Keep your radio on at all times. The canyon echoes at dusk. Voices, cries, whatever. Locals call it the Hollow. Don't linger. Over. I nodded, hefting my packed camping gear. Heavy flashlight, maps, radio, compass, first aid kit, and a pistol for rattlesnakes. By 3 p.m., I motored down a crumbling service road, parking at the rim. The view was staggering. Walls of red stone layered 50 feet high, twisting in swirling patterns. The floor of the canyon lay 1,000 feet below, shrouded in early shadows. Cedar trees clung to ledges, their roots like claws in rock. I climbed a narrow trail to the south rim, setting up the day's log. October 14th, 3:15 p.m. Arrive at Raven Rock Canyon. No visible hikers. Over. I unpacked water, snacks, and notes, then scrambled down toward the slot entrance, 3 foot wide, twisting downward. At 4:30 p.m., the slot walls pressed so close I had to turn sideways, scraping my pack. The echoes were immediate. Each cough, each breath ricocheted twice. I reached a small amphitheater of sandstone, slick with moisture. I knelt, touched a bone, long bleached, perhaps a deer's femur, but hollowed. I bagged it for later. At 5 p.m., the canyon floor dipped into a narrow trench that swallowed the last light, too dark to continue. I turned and retraced my steps, but heard a faint laugh like a child's, echoing back at me. I sprinted out, adrenaline pumping. At the rim, I radioed. Raven Rock to station. Found bone. Heard childlike laughter inside slot. We'll check tomorrow. Over. Copy Raven Rock. Caution. Over. Night fell. I lit a fire in the wood stove at the station, sipping hot cocoa. The wind rattled the window panes. I thought I saw sparks dancing on the canyon walls below, like glowing eyes. I chalked it up to fireflies or embers caught in swirling mist. That night, I barely slept. At first light, I geared up for another canyon descent. I strapped on waders because the canyon springs run icy, clipped my flashlight to my chest, and started down. By 7:30 a.m., I was at the trench. The air was cold and damp. Moisture dripped from stalactites. I flashed my light over damp sandstone, nothing but water streaks and patches of mold. But then I saw fresh footprints, bare footprints leading deeper, away from any trail. They were small, about a youth's size, and spaced erratically as if the hiker ran at times, tiptoed at others. I followed, stepping carefully on slick rock. At 8:10 a.m., I found a small camping cot wedged between two walls. No tent, no equipment, no sign of the occupant. The mattress was damp and torn, muddy handprints smudged on its surface. Beside it lay an open backpack with a half-empty water bottle, pages of a notebook, crushed vitamin tablets. I squatted to scan the entries. October 12th. Found the boy. He's alone in the slot, too scared to move. He said voices led his sister over the edge. Hid here overnight. Desperate. October 13th. I can't stay. I have to find her. I'll come back. For now, I leave traces. No signature. I snapped photos and bagged the notebook. My stomach lurched. Missing children. Imagine the fear. I retraced to the trench's mouth, but as I climbed, the echoes repeated, a soft sob, coming from somewhere deeper. I swung my light, no movement. Just the canyon walls. At 8:50 a.m., I emerged into sunlight. I radioed. Raven Rock to station. Found evidence of a juvenile in slot. No body. Recommend full search party. Over. Copy Raven Rock. Team dispatched at 9 o'clock. Over. I guided them to the entrance. At 11:30 a.m., the search party, 4 rangers, spoke in hushed tones. We combed every crevice. No sign of the boy. No sign of his sister. Only scattered bones and that battered mattress. At 1 p.m., I scouted the upper rim trails. Hikers reported hearing someone crying for help after sundown. I radioed Bennett. He sighed. We've had 3 hikers vanish in the past month. All reported hearing voices at dusk. Over. Understood. I'll remain on alert. Over. I spent the rest of the day mapping bones and footprints. By evening, the station's quiet was oppressive. I brewed coffee and read the boy's journal. I found a crudely drawn map, circles marking alcoves where voices seemed loudest. I noted them. Night fell. I streamed a low radio frequency, only white noise. I paced until exhaustion overtook me. That night at 11:17 p.m., I heard it again, faint at first, a child's cry echoing up from the slot. Papa, Papa, each syllable carried a tremor, fear, longing. My heart stuttered. I grabbed my jacket and flashlight. Outside, the wind had hushed entirely. The canyon lay silent. I descended alone, heedless of protocol. At the trench's lip, I paused, gulf black as ink. The cry repeated, this time closer, Papa. I climbed down slowly, the echoing cry guiding me deeper. Cold water seeped through boots. My shoulders ached as I crawled further. At 11:45 p.m., I reached the spot marked in the boy's journal, a narrow chamber bearing shallow footprints in the mud. The child's cry seemed to emanate from high up, dead-ended stone. I heard a low chuckle, like something amused. I steadied the beam. A pale face peeked from an alcove 10 feet up, sunken eyes, cheeks gaunt, teeth bared. I recognized the missing boy. Help, I whispered. He trembled, lips cracked. They won't let me leave. The chuckle turned into a low growl. Behind him, shadows swiveled, shapes shifting in the rock fissures. I scanned for silhouettes, ragged, frail bodies perched on ledges. Their eyes glowed a faint, sickly green. I yelled, back up. They hissed, bored. The boy yelped, eyes widening. The shadows coalesced into twisting figures with slender limbs and jutting bones. They slid down the walls, impossibly fluid. I aimed my pistol, stayed back. A shot cracked against stone, echoing endlessly. One shape retracted from the glow. Its eyes flickered. The boy coughed blood. They said they'd take her next. He pointed above. Sister's screams. Come through. I had to move. Step by step, I retreated, aiming behind me. Behind me, the shapes hesitated only momentarily. By the time I reached the trench's rim, the canyon's hush had returned. I raced up, falling, crawling until I climbed out. At the rim, I spun around, canyon silent, empty. I radioed. Raven Rock, urgent, found the boy in the shadows. He's alive, injured, hiding in alcove. Over. Silence. Then Bennett. We'll assemble a rescue. Hold tight. Over. I sprinted to the station, banging on the door. The boy wasn't there. Only blood-smeared footprints led away through the meadows. A rescue squad arrived at 1:30 a.m. 4 rangers, headlamps dancing. We retraced my route but found no boy, no footprints. Only the alcove, tiny footprints in mud, then nothing. Blood puddles congealed. I led them to where I'd shot cracked basalt, no shadow. The rangers hung red lanterns, chanting, "Child of Granite, show yourself." Their voices echoed off canyon walls. At 3 a.m., a panic shout. "Over here." Ranger Espinoza pointed to the rim. The boy crawled across scree, zero point 0.2 miles away. We rushed to him. He was pale, battered, a fawn-like scar down his cheek. He didn't speak, only wept. They lifted him onto a stretcher. He vanished into shadow, rescued himself. I climbed back to station, shaking as frost set into my bones. I taped his journal pages into an evidence folder. Each entry ended mid-sentence. "If they come here, I can't see them coming." By sunrise, they helicoptered him out. I was left alone, head spinning. I stare at the canyon, walls glowing amber. The voices at dusk would come again. 10 days later, I packed up my gear. Bennett came up the trail to retrieve the station keys. I watched him approach, sun glinting off his ranger hat. "So," he said quietly, "the canyon claims those who wander at twilight." I said nothing. We walked to the rim. The canyon yawned, silent, empty. The early morning light glowed on basalt as the echo of children's laughter faded. I swallowed, reaching for the keys. He placed a hand on my shoulder. "We'll station a permanent crew here now, rotating patrols. As for you, rest up." I nodded. I looked one last time at the slot entrance, too dark to see its bottom. I felt a weight pressing in my chest. We hiked down the switchback trail, leaves crunching beneath our boots. At the station, I climbed into my truck. I turned back. The cabin appeared deserted. No light in the window. I started the engine, exhaled. The canyon called out my name, soft, distant, barely audible. "Mercer." My foot trembled on the pedal. I drove off, leaving Raven Rock's echoes behind. I never believed that mountains could remember the dead. Or at least I didn't until that night on Whisper Peak. When they offered me the winter patrol gig at Snowdrift Lookout, I thought it would pay well. I had no idea how cold ghosts can feel. I arrived at Snowdrift Ranger Station in early December, just as the first big blizzard hit. The station was a log shack at 8,000 feet, a dozen switchbacks up Forest Road 12. The wind howled in from the north, rattling windows. Chief Ranger Fallon, wrapped head to toe in wool, handed me a set of keys and a heavy-duty sleeping bag. "You'll be on shift at Whisper Peak Lookout, 7 days on, 7 off. Patrol the ridge, check avalanche danger, keep heat on. Above all, keep an eye out for drift hikers. None should be on Whisper Peak this time of year." Over. I nodded, buckling my parka tighter. I heaved my gear into the station's pickup. Chainsaw, winter ropes, crampons, probe poles, headlamp, sleeping bag, food for 2 weeks, and a .45 in case of wandering mountain lions. Dawn would come hours away. By lunchtime, the storm had turned the county road to powder. Four-wheel chains roared as I crept up to the locked gate. I chronicled the shift, mapping the snowdrift depth 2 feet at 7,500 feet, 3 feet at trailhead, 4 feet at base of the lookout trail. I keyed the radio. Snowdrift to station, conditions severe. Over. Copy, snowdrift. Stay safe. Over. I tucked my rifle in the passenger seat, trudged to the trailhead. Blizzard winds made visibility nil. I strapped on snowshoes, nose cold, and started climbing. By 2 p.m., I reached the first avalanche chute, 6 feet of fresh snow. Shallow column tests all failed. A muted boom echoed from above. Slight avalanche triggered naturally. I radioed. Observed small slide at chute 3. Threat credible. Over. Station replied. Copy. Keep an eye. Over. I pushed on, aura of loneliness clinging. The wind lifted snow in eddies. Each gust moaned along the cliff. I reached Whisperer Peak summit at 4:30 p.m. The lookout sat on rocky stilts, a single window facing east. I hoisted my pack inside, stoking the wood stove until amber flame warmed my bones. Through the window, I watched swirling snow blind the horizon. I logged. December 1st, 4:40 p.m. Arrived Whisperer Peak lookout. Snowfall heavy. No sign of life. Over. I heated freeze-dried chili, ate in silence, then tried to sleep. By 9:30 p.m., wind rattled the wood. The lookout creaked under pressure. Through the roar, I heard a distinct snap, ice fracturing. My head spun back to the door. A slender figure stood on the deck. No face visible, only the silhouette under a tattered parka. They leaned against railing, staring into the distance. Before I could react, the figure dissolved into the swirling blizzard. I gasped, dropped the spoon. The silence returned. I woke at 3 a.m., pulse throbbing, heart pounding. Outside, the station's radio crackled with static. I flicked it on, no voice. I threw on parka and boots, climbed onto deck. The world vanished in white. I called, "Hello." No reply. I grabbed my rifle and illuminated the distance. Nothing but swirling flakes. I froze, footfalls in the snow. I raised the beam, the trail crossing the deck, leading to the windward edge. Someone had been here. Widgets of boot print and snowdrift. I shivered, trails vanish under fresh snow. I snapped at the door, locking it. The next morning, dawn unveiled the lookout trail, buried under 3 feet of drift. I couldn't descend. My radio battery was nearly dead. I wrapped scarves across face and strapped on snowshoes again. By 11 a.m., I reached the summit ridge, scanning the slopes for familiar landmarks. No tracks, no sign of footprints. The frozen winds were impenetrable. I felt eyes on my back, paranoia or something more. At noon, I returned to the lookout, stoking the stove. I realized my radio's last charge was gone. I downloaded data from the weather beacon, no signal. I was completely isolated. My breath steamed in the cabin. I rationed water, hoping the next supply run in a week would make it through. I scribbled in my log. December 2nd, 12:05 p.m. Radio dead. Snowdrift cuts off trail. Supplies sufficient to April. Over. Night fell. I propped my rifle by the bed, using the lantern's glow to read. I tried to ignore whispering sounds outside, wind or something else. I pressed my ear against the wall, heard a soft cry, like a child's voice calling Papa. I froze, flashlight in hand, but no response. I locked the door again, breathing heavy. By midweek, the storm had subsided, the ridge buried under 5 feet of snow. I rationed fuel and food. Each night, I heard low wails drifting across the lookout, soft, childlike cries echoing through the peaks. At 10:47 p.m., I saw movement outside, flicker of lamp light at the base of the cliff, a lantern's glow. I strapped on my boots, grabbed rifle, and descended 3 flights of icy ladder to the deck. I swung the flashlight across the ridge. A figure stood at the precipice, cloaked, hunched. Their lantern's flame flickered cobalt blue, exposed bone, staring back at me. I called out, "Hello." "Stay away from the edge." No reply. I raised the rifle. "If you don't move, I'll fire." They turned slowly, voice hollow. "Help me." The shape dissolved before my eyes, streamers of snow swirling. My legs buckled. I scrambled into the cabin, heart quaking. The next morning, I found the lantern on the deck, ashes clinging to the metal. I scooped up a shard, ice-cold metal, still humming with energy. I radioed. Whisper Peak to station. Found lantern on deck, odd flame. Over. No answer. On December 5th at 9 a.m., I heard a low rumble, ices shifting. I peeked over the ridge. An avalanche was brewing on the far slopes. I had to warn station. I grabbed the radio and shouted into the mic. "Avalanche imminent. Far slope. Pull back teams on ridge." Over. No read, static. I tried every frequency, static. I strapped on my snowshoes, climbed out onto the deck, scanning for any signal. The avalanche thundered down, shaking the mountain. Snow cascaded into the canyon. The lookout swayed. I stumbled inside, slamming the door. The avalanche's roar faded. In its wake, a narrow ledge of white snow and stone lay exposed where none existed. At 10:30 a.m., I braved the cold again, trudging through waist-deep snow toward the new ledge. My headlamp flickered as I reached the brink. Beneath the ledge, the snow had split open, revealing the skeletal remains of a man, frozen stiff, clothing tattered, facial features unrecognizable. A tattered ranger's patch on his jacket. Ranger Holt, missing since last winter. I snapped photos and bagged his old pocket knife, engraved Holt on the handle. My radio crackled faintly. My name. I keyed it. Whisper Peak. Found remains of Ranger Holt in avalanche chute. Over. We read faint. The voice blurred. My radio died. I stared at the remains until dusk, then hauled myself back to the cabin. Holt's corpse haunted my visions that night. By December 7th, the day I was to be relieved, taste of desperation settled in my gut. I finished the remaining oil in the stove, bare wood slate, praying the resupply sled would manage to arrive. At 11:30 p.m., I heard my name whispered, brittle, frozen breath. Mercer. I gripped the rifle, heart jackhammering. Outside, the wind had picked up. I unlatched the door. The lantern's cobalt glow hovered on the deck. I aimed the torch. The figure wore Holt's old jacket, face twisted, mouth agape, warmed by no flame. Their eyes glowed white as bone. They stepped onto the deck, skeletal feet leaving frost behind. Each step rattled the floor. I raised the rifle. Stay away. They pointed to the snow-covered ledge, Jumi. Their voice was half-formed, like frost cracking. I stumbled back into the cabin, slammed the door, and bolted it. The lantern's glow pressed against the window, ice crystals drifting like ghosts. The wind roared. By 1 a.m., I huddled on the floor, praying for rescue. At 5 a.m., I heard rotors, a helicopter clearing the ridge's drift. By 6 o'clock, the door burst open, 2 medics and Chief Ranger Fallon. I slumped to the floor, sobbing silently. They bundled me into a sleeping bag and lifted me onto the chopper. Back at Snowdrift Station, I looked at the remains of Holt and my own footprints leading to the deck. I handed over key logs and the battered lantern, still flickering blue. Fallon placed it in a metal box. We'll bury it under frozen ground. I nodded numbly. It's been 2 years since I left the mountain. I now teach avalanche safety at a ski resort. I still flinch at sudden gusts, at faint whispers on the wind. I keep one last shard from Holt's pocket knife, cold metal in my pocket. Every winter, when the wind moans along the ridgeline, I think I hear Holt's voice calling my name. I never believed mountains remembered the dead until Whisper Peak. Now I know the snow holds their secrets. And if you stay too long on that ridge, you become part of it, frozen forever, calling out to the living, seeking company.